Hello, testing. All right. Good evening, guys. It's another Friday, and it's September 1. Wait, I need to lower down some of my volumes. Wait. Wag dyan. Dito na lang. I am going to watch reviews for Starfield since I can't play it today. I have to wait until Wednesday because I didn't get the what do you call it? I didn't get the premium version. So I'm gonna check their reviews. Wait. There's already a skeptical review about it, which was released 19 hours ago. And at the same time, I'm watching my friend play the game on my other screen, just in case. Uh-huh. Oops. Wait. Mali. Wag dyan. What's up, Amor? I'm just gonna watch, ano muna, skeptical reviews for Starfield. Then I don't know what I'm gonna play after. I'm thinking about playing Fallout 4. I'm thinking about starting Fallout 4 again up until Wednesday. Medyo na-excite lang talaga ako for Starfield. Wait, I have to fix the, Marky, nag-end ka na pala ng stream? I was watching your stream eh. Nag-end ka na. I'm waiting for the ninth. Ninth ka pa? Sa ano ako? 6th. Di ba sa 6 ang release? It's on the 6th, right? Oh, different game. Actually, I have a lot of things to do for this September. So on Wednesday, on the 6th, I'll be playing Starfield. Then on the 27th or 26th in the States, I'll be playing Cyberpunk, the new DLC. So I have lineup games for the month of September. Display. Wait, let's see. All right. Let's just watch muna. 9 tayo, di ba? Yeah, 9 o'clock. Okay. But if you're okay lang naman, it doesn't necessarily have to be 9 p.m. If you're busy or if you're doing something, pwede namang late. Kasi I'm still thinking about if I'm gonna play League or I might play Fallout 4. I'm just waiting for the new 2K. Release na rin ba ng 2K? I see, I see. Bakit dalawa yung HTC 2? Okay. Kasi meron dun sa taas. Alright, alright. Kamusta ka naman, Amor? I took a break. I took a mental break ng, was it 1 week or 2 weeks ata ako nagpahinga? I did not stream, did not play anything. I was just watching some movies and doing stuff. Doing some adult stuff. Have you ever touched Palya again, Amor? Alam mo ba, yung huling naglaro ko ng Palya, di ko na inulit. Parang first and last na lang yung nangyari nun. Nope. 'Di ba? It's very boring. Not hating on the game, maybe the MMO talaga is not just for me. Anyway, let's review this and by the time na matapos to siguro, I can think about what to play. Watch party. Right? Let's watch this.
Seems to be the most ambitious and complex adventure Bethesda Game Studios has ever created. With over 1,000
Looking for a
planets to
different MMO to
explore,
play, yung may
dozens
combat.
and dozens of
New
star
World.
systems, and theoretically limitless
Okay, New
areas to
World.
explore thanks to their new procedural
Or
tech,
yung
Starfield
nilaro
is
ko rin
no
before,
doubt
Lost
a
Ark.
massive game. But does it actually shake the concerns that many of us skeptics had leading up to its launch? Namely, is it polished and bug-free? Does the procedural tech avoid the pitfalls of repetitive and reused locations? Can the creation engine actually provide the ambitious game a strong foundation? And does the lack of vehicles and in-atmosphere flight harm the exploration on the planet's surfaces? Well, as always, the answer is kind of complicated. After finishing the main story, completing the faction quest lines, customizing the crap out of my ships, building multiple bases, buying apartments, experimenting in New Game Plus, and exploring random planets at length, I'm left conflicted. I think it is the best game that Bethesda Game Studios has ever made in a lot of ways, but in other ways, it feels painfully outdated, and it also feels like they've bitten off a lot more than they could be reasonably expected to chew. But before we get into details, it's crucial to understand what Starfield is and what it isn't, because I've seen online huge misrepresentations and overhyped
Alam niyo ba guys,
expectations
just to share,
with this game.
I got
Again, this
very
is why skepticism
traumatized
for any game
not
is important,
getting
because it protects
yung
you from
pre-order
hype,
nitong
which
game.
can lead to
Because
false
before,
expectations and people thinking that
nag-pre-order ako for
Starfield's going to be one
Anthem
thing when it's
and
actually something very,
Cyberpunk,
very different.
and they
While
all
it's
came
perhaps
out
no surprise
nang
to
nag-flop
some that
yung game.
Starfield fails to compete with its
Tapos watching
contemporary
people
space
play
sims
this
like No
today,
Man's Sky,
I feel
Star
like
Citizen,
sana
and Elite Dangerous,
nag-premium na
among
lang
others.
ako.
For some, I think this will come as a shock. Whether that's
Kasi
because
mukhang
of vague
maganda
statements
siya.
by Todd Howard and other developers, or vague marketing materials, or simple overhyped expectations, it's crucial to understand that Starfield is nothing like No Man's Sky or Star Citizen. Other than being set in space and them giving you a spaceship you can walk around in between fast traveling to different locations.
Yeah, yun
Rather,
lang talaga.
it
Di
plays like a much
maiiwasan
bigger
that there's a
version of the outer
comparison for Star
worlds from
Citizen and No
Obsidian.
Man's
Even
Sky.
down to little details like the change from the cinematic camera we had with Fallout 4 to the straight-on camera that we have in Starfield, something which I personally find to be a major downgrade. Starfield is not about exploring space freely as a space pirate or mercenary. It's about fast traveling to locations and having conversations with people. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's important to understand what this game actually is. Once you go into the game with leveled expectations, I think you can have a really good time. After about 15 hours, I was convinced that this was the best game that BGS has ever made. Better than any Elder Scrolls or Fallout game, and I mean that. The gunplay is significantly improved over what we saw in the trailers. The game also seems to be fairly well optimized on PC as long as you're running with FSR2 enabled, something you have to put up with since the frames are pretty low without it.
Starfield is in the Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass, yes, it is.
Nonsensical reason. The ship customization is super
Kaya
cool
I
as
did
well, and
not
is probably my favorite
purchase
part
the
of the
game.
entire game.
Tapos I
Stealing
found out
enemy
at
ships is a
nasa
great
Game
way to
Pass.
start
Sabi
this
ko, I'm
process,
gonna
and
use
since
na lang
reselling
muna
them
my
turns
Game
such
Pass
a tiny profit,
to
effectively
to check
prohibiting the
talaga if
practice
it's
of
it's
stealing
if it's
ships
worth
just
it
for
na
resale. I
bilhin siya.
often just stole a ship and
Kasi
then
naman, di ba?
customized the
Come
crap
on,
out of
for
them to turn them into a
3,500,
massive
it's
cargo
very
ship or a
scary
small and agile
na
fighter
hindi
or
ka
a
sigurado
gigantic
kung maganda
battleship.
yung
And
game.
again,
At
this is
least there
probably
is a
my
Game
favorite part
Pass
of the game. It's
na
really
I think it's
intuitive, and I can only
120
imagine
pesos
how
ata
crazy the mods are
to
going to
get
get with this. The base
the
building and
Xbox
settlement
Pass for
system is
1
pretty
month.
cool too, though it should be noted you can only really get into it after 50 to 60 hours since it
Tsaka
requires an
lately ko na lang din kasi
insane number
na
of
narinig
resources.
yung
And most
kwento
of
ng
those resources
Starfield
have to be
eh.
collected on
Kaso
barren
nung nalaman
planets
ko
where
ito ko
you're
sa
simply
Starfield, I
running
already
around with your scanner
pre-ordered
pulled up
my
looking for small
Phantom Liberty.
basketball-sized rock deposits to extract with your mining beam. If you're excited for the base building, I just need you to understand that it is a very, very late game system, and it requires you to
Sa
really
19 pa.
grind to get the materials necessary
Grabe no.
to actually
Talaga
engage
bang lahat
with it. The voice
nagbabagsakan
acting
ng
and writing is
September?
really, really well done on the conversational level,
remember
though
din
I do
nung-
have some strong feelings about the main
Yung
story and some
Cyberpunk
of
ko
the broader
ata parang
themes.
ganitong
But
month
we'll get
din
into
ata
that later.
nag-release
And
ng
perhaps the most
2020
obvious point to
eh,
bring
if
up is
I
the sheer
remember
scale of
correctly.
Starfield. It is massive, and you really have to admire Bethesda's commitment to ambitious game design. I know Todd gets a lot of flack because he tends to overpromise with his games. And whether that overpromising is born out of intentional
Payday 3. I haven't tried nga
aiming to
Payday
sell
1
you
or
on a
Payday.
game
Ay,
that he
meron ako
knows is
Payday
not
1 or
what he's
Payday 2. I
promising,
forgot.
or if it's just
Pero multiplayer yun, di
excitement
ba,
and vague
more?
language, I'm not really sure that's the point right now. The point is that these games are gigantic, and I have no doubt that some people are going to be playing Starfield for hundreds upon hundreds of hours, and will
You know,
likely
we were
still
just
have planets
talking
and
about
systems
this
left
game
unexplored
kasi,
after all that time.
Diba lately,
The game
I'm
really
getting
is
burned
that
out with
big.
TFT.
However,
I
with
don't
all of
feel
these
like
solid
playing League
elements,
of
you have to
Legends.
wonder if Bethesda bit
Feeling
off
ko
a bit
magiging
more
ano
than they
to,
could chew. Were they
Oplan
too
sira
ambitious?
buhay
Well,
pagdating
unfortunately,
nitong
I feel they
Starfield.
were. The more I played
I'm
Starfield,
gonna
the
be
more I
grinding
saw
a lot
behind the
kasi I
curtain
really
and
love
realized that
open
much
world
of the
games and
scope and
survival
scale of
games.
this game is nothing more than an illusion. It's less and
Wait,
less
I'll double
magical the
check
more you
nga
engage
kung
with
ano
it,
yung
since there
payday
are
na meron
many
ako. Alam
problems
ko
that grow
meron akong
tiring the
payday.
more you
I'm not
play.
sure kung one
All of
or
this is
two.
compounded with bugs and broken
Parang
quests that are
binigay ni
mostly
Epic Games yun eh. Or
concentrated in the
binigay
late
ata ni
hours of the
Prime.
game. It's clear that they focused their polish on the first 20 hours or so, which makes sense because that's where most players will be spending their time. Especially
Grabe
considering the
ramdam na
main
ramdam ko
quest,
yung
if you
countdown
just
last
sprint and
night
do nothing
nitong
else, can be
Starfield.
completed in around 15
Grabe
to
yung
18
anticipation.
hours. Also, over half of the main
Payday.
story quest objectives are literally just fetch quests where you're assigned to go collect a thing and bring it back to the lodge,
Okay,
which is
Payday 2
the
pala yung
center of
meron ako.
operations for the
Payday
constellation.
2.
So we'll get into it more in a bit, but word of warning, if you were thinking that the main story is going to be
Bigay ni
compelling in
Epic
this game,
Games.
you are sorely mistaken. It's probably best to actually ignore the main story and focus on the side content, which some people will say, no, duh, that's how I always play BGS games. But for other players, I just want to remind you, the main story here is pretty lackluster. But after the first 20 hours or so, many of the late stages of side quests, faction quests, and other parts of the game have numerous bugs, and one major faction quest line is so broken in my first save file, I straight up can't complete the faction quest line on that save. But more on that later. But it's not just bugs and weird behaviors from NPCs that bring Starfield's overall experience down the more you play. There are near constant load screens, though to be fair, they are pretty short so long as you're playing the game on a platform where it's loaded onto an SSD. Oftentimes the game feels as though it's been built with technology that's significantly behind what contemporary peers are able to pull off. The best example are these load screens, requiring the player to sit through one every time they travel between buildings, small zones within cities themselves, similar to the gated design of Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 3, which bear in mind are games that are over a decade old, and the same structure and style of area design is the same here as it was 10 years ago. There's also load screens every time you enter your ship, when you take off, when you travel from orbit to another star system, going from that star system down to the planet's surface, getting out of your ship down onto the planet's surface, and then from the planet's surface into a building. If you're wondering whether or not there is a load screen to do something in this game, the answer is probably yes. They are constant. Again, they're pretty quick. On my computer, they only usually lasted between 2.5 to 5 seconds, but it's still important to note that they are everywhere. Furthermore, when you land on a planet, you don't actually get to explore it freely. A few points of interest are put on the map, but if you run too far off course, sometimes only a kilometer away from a point of interest, and other times up to 4 kilometers away, you'll be treated to an invisible wall telling you to return to your ship. The game doesn't actually give you
lang.
planets to
So
explore,
hindi siya
as was
fully
promised by Todd Howard and Pete Hines in the lead up to the
explored
game's
planet,
launch.
kung
It
sakali.
generates a small map each time you land that's built off of a seed from the given planet that you're landing on, and where on that planet you've selected to land, whether it's a pre-assigned landing location with a point of interest on it or a random location that you choose. Simply put, it's an illusion of scale and freedom. For everyone that thought that Todd's promise of 1,000 planets to freely explore sounded too good to be true, you were painfully right to be skeptical. Though to be fair, some people won't consider this a big deal, but like I said, it grows all the more frustrating when you go out into the great unknown trying to explore like previous Bethesda games, only to be greeted with invisible walls reminding you that you're in a glorified fishbowl and not actually exploring a planet. Furthermore, I think it's very important to note that these tiles that are generated to create individual little fishbowls for you to explore are not contiguous. This means that if you land on a planet, see a big mountain in the distance that you want to reach, but it's just outside of the playable area, you can pull open the menu and try to jump to as close a tile as you possibly can within the game's map screen, but it won't matter since they aren't contiguous. Each of these individual tiles are generated with the planet's seed and then an individual seed based on where you plan on landing, whether it's next to a coast, in a mountainous area, or a crater area, a desert, or a forest. These are not planets to explore. They're individual microbiomes that are based on a parent seed. It's like generating a tiny map in Minecraft every time you land your ship. And that might not be a big deal to you, but as far as I'm concerned, this is a far cry from the free exploration of a planet that was promised to us. However, the promise of exploring a planet was done in just vague enough a way that I think Bethesda will largely get away with this. And I have no doubt that in the comment section, you're probably going to see many people claiming that this isn't a big deal and it's just a different interpretation of what it means to explore a planet. However, I have to point out that other games that are contemporaries in this very same genre that Bethesda has placed themselves within have achieved contiguous planet exploration with very little effort involved. But frankly, whether or not you consider this to be a big deal, and you might not, you might be fully embracing the procedural generation and thinking, well, I never was gonna just run in a straight line and try to run to the ocean on the other side of the planet, so it doesn't matter to me. That's fine if that's your opinion. Everybody is allowed to have one. It's totally fine if it doesn't bug you. But I do think it's important to note and be very clear about this. There is simply no debate here that this is simply inferior to how other contemporary games handle this type of procedural generation. Even a 7-year-old version of No Man's Sky before any fixes or patches avoided these constant load screens and lack of free exploration on a planet. Again, like I said at the top, Starfield is not trying to be No Man's Sky, and that's cool, but they need to understand that when you give players a ship, the option to explore over 1,000 planets, ship customization, and seemingly endless opportunities to explore on a planet's surface, you have to understand that players are going to hear that and inevitably want to compare it to other games that promise the same things and frankly do it better. No, Starfield is not trying to be No Man's Sky, but it will be compared to it because they're promising similar things. And whether or not the way Starfield approaches it bugs you or disappoints you doesn't really matter, because it is objectively the case that Starfield's technology is significantly inferior to what games were doing close to a decade ago. But moving on, there are also many broken and bugged quests, damaged to varying degrees, again mostly focused in the later portions of the game. I have no doubt you'll see a lot of reviewers praising the polish of this game, especially if they've only put in 20, 30 hours or so. I ran into most of my problems at the 40, 50, 60 hour mark, the further into the game I got, and I don't know if that's because they just were not polishing as much, or if the rose-tinted glasses kind of fell off and I started to see these things I previously was ignoring. I'm not sure, but what I do know is that the more I played, the more of these I saw in increasing density and with increased severity. Some quests just have broken objective markers that may point you towards your ship when you actually need to go into a building in the other direction. This isn't a big deal because especially if you pull up your scanner, little arrows appear on the floor and point you to where the true objective is. I have no doubt that this will be patched out in the future, and maybe it's going to be fixed with the day one patch. I know Bethesda has said that they are working on many fixes, though they didn't specifically note this one to me, but I would not be shocked at all if this gets remedied with time. Other quests are glitched in a much more severe way. There were multiple times when I saw NPCs I was tasked with speaking with simply float into the sky and outside of the spaceship we were inside of. And this causes the NPC to clip outside into a different zone, so then the game thinks that they are both out in space but also still in this room. And this entirely breaks the quest. You can't get to the person to engage in a conversation, and the game for whatever reason doesn't see the issue with this character being a kilometer away floating around in space as the space station floats around the planet. I ran into this with the Crimson Fleet faction questline, one of the biggest quest lines in the game, and frankly one that I think is way better than the main story. However, in my first save file, I just can't complete this quest. He glitched outside of the space station and I can't get him to come back inside.
Thinking about it,
I
pero
went back, loaded to a previous save about 45 minutes earlier.
Let me pause. Anong tawag ito? Nag-hesitate ako for Unbound kasi after a few months, nag-sale siya bigla. So nakakapagtaka kasi for a new game na biglang nag-sale. Unbound is on Game Pass. Hindi ko pa kine-claim yung Game Pass ko. I have a free Game Pass. Good for 1 month. Hindi ko pa kine-claim. I'm gonna claim it on Wednesday. Pag okay na yung Starfield. Pero let me know if it's okay. Pag maganda, then I'll claim it na. Hello, Telmo. Welcome, Telmo. Unbound is on Game Pass para so yeah. Let me know kung maganda yung Unbound, then I'm gonna claim na yung ano ko, yung Game Pass ko. Pero as much as possible, I wanted to claim it pag available na yung Starfield on Wednesday.
Tried to catch up, and when I reached the same point, he floated out of the space station
Tell mo.
again. And even after dozens of hours doing other stuff, finishing the main story and completing other activities, I tried to return and he was still floating out in space somewhere with me not able to talk to him. It's just totally broken. However, when I made another game and I went and I tried that same questline, I was able to complete it because he never floated out of the ship. So your mileage on these types of glitches may vary. I have no idea what's causing it. I did send this information and the clips to BGS. We will see if they fix it. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just totally unacceptable that anybody might run into the situation where they will miss out on what is, in many ways, the best questline as far as I'm concerned in the game, simply because of a bug like this. Now listen, I know I said at the top that this game is actually really polished, especially for a BGS game, but that's not saying a lot. I mean, that's kind of the point. A really polished BGS game is still broken for a lot of other companies. Like a polished BGS game for Rockstar would be totally unacceptable. But I do want to give them some credit here. It is significantly improved over what we've seen with like Fallout 4. Even Skyrim had a lot more broken stuff at launch. So I think they do deserve some credit for improving the player experience. But it's important to note that this is far from a perfectly polished game, and there are still a lot of really weird things that happen. There are characters that don't engage in conversations properly. There are other guys clipping through walls during combat sequences. There's characters that are supposed to be holding objects that simply aren't. There are people that don't stand correctly within objects, chips that spin uncontrollably and have their physics just totally break. Weird shadow glitches, which I think are related to volumetric lighting. I have no idea what's going on here though. Characters that are super shaky and glitch out during conversations, which actually made me motion sick at one point. There were times when I got caught between the seat of my spaceship and the wall, meaning I couldn't move and had to sit back down and stand back up to be able to get out from between.
This bug that he's saying, this is kind of irritating when you're playing Star Citizen kasi ang ending, pag na-stuck ka sa vehicle mo, you're gonna be thrown out to the space, tas wala kang choice but to quit the game. And what's annoying there is, when you quit the game and re-enter, all your stuff are gone. So parang ano na, parang hubad na naman yung character mo and you have to buy or get new stuff for your inventory.
Between these two. It was really weird and really stupid. There's other cases where security guards will completely lose interest in you if you're in a city like Neon, seemingly for no reason, just because you passed over some arbitrary line. It's frankly really strange. They can see you, they can look at you, but because you walked 2 feet forward, they now disengage and aren't interested in you. It's really, really bizarre and kind of tears you out of any immersion you were feeling. There are soft locks where objectives just frankly break. Companions that freak.
I think in the span of the last month, I've played What's BF1? Assassin's Creed. Hindi ko naman natapos. You know, I never liked the Assassin's Creed series. I would rather watch people play it than me playing it. But in terms of mga Ubisoft games, mas nagustuhan ko yung Watch Dogs. So, di ba I took a break? I took a 2 weeks or 1 week break from streaming. So, I stopped playing competitive games and I went back to my old roots, which I played story-based. You know what I was playing? I was playing Watch Dogs Legion. Try ko i-finish yung Legion. Tapos, I went back playing Cyberpunk as well. Tapos, nagsimula din ako with the Tomb Raider series. So, I did not go until the 50% of the game because I'm thinking about streaming it, going back to from the beginning and stream the game. Dahil sobrang parang I'm too tired to play competitive games. Battlefield. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm more of a Call of Duty guy than Battlefield. So, I don't know. I can't say anything about Battlefield because I'm a Call of Duty guy.
Out when you try to talk to them. Of course, there are the funny glitches like you would expect from Bethesda Game Studios, such as this guy that clipped into a ceiling and it kind of looks like he's pleasuring himself. This was
Speaking of Battlefield, okay. So, di ba sabi ko sa'yo, I'm not a Battlefield guy. I think I have Battlefield 1, 2, 4, and 5. Alam ko marami akong Battlefield. I don't know if I got it from Epic Games or Prime Twitch Prime gave it to me. Parang alam ko lang missing lang ako nung latest na Battlefield and I think Battlefield 3 ata ang wala ako. Pero the rest of it I have.
This was just funny. Oh, and there was this one, which I won't go into too much detail as to the situation for sake of spoilers, but you can actually see null objects visible on screen. These are used to like anchor other objects in animation sets, and normally these things are cold and are not visible to the player, but are visible to the developers. For some reason, though, I can see them, and I've never had this happen before in a BGS game, so I have no idea what's causing it, but I thought it was kind of fun. It was like seeing how the sausage is made. There's other cases where guards just randomly drop dead when you approach them. I also have no idea what could be causing this. And one that I found particularly annoying was that the game would consistently think I was still in combat even when I wasn't. I could run 2 kilometers out of the way. There's nobody still in this area. I potentially wasn't even fighting anybody to begin with because it happened sometimes when I just took my weapon out in the middle of nowhere, but the game would think that I was in combat and as a result not allow me to fast travel because you can't fast travel while engaged in combat, which would effectively lock
Kahit
me
sa
in
ano mang
place
game, you
until I
can't
got
fast
back to my
travel while in
ship,
combat eh.
climbed
Even at No
in,
Man's
and
Sky,
then
you
fast
can't do
traveled
it.
from my ship out into the atmosphere. And with the game's over reliance on fast travel, so much so that in the scanner, if you look at your ship, you are greeted with a prompt to fast travel to it, since they knew you would just run a kilometer or 2 away from your ship and then need to fast travel back since there's nothing between you and the ship to find. It grew really frustrating to run into these glitches where I can't just fast travel back to my ship, and instead I have to run on foot for 10 minutes to get back there so that I can force the game to behave properly. But perhaps the most damning thing
Ganda
with
nga
all
nun
of
eh.
Starfield is that the game's procedural engine fails to provide a truly unique encounter or point of interest every time. In my first 20 hours with the game, I was using a spreadsheet because, shout out to Bethesda, they gave us review codes a full 2 weeks ahead of time, which allowed me to do a lot more careful testing than I normally would be able to do for a review. In those first 20 hours of the game, I saw multiple locations, such as the abandoned mining outpost, the abandoned research center, the abandoned shipyard, the research station, and many, many more, over 6 times a piece, copy and pasted precisely, even down to enemy placement and in some cases the loot. And in this spreadsheet, I actually wrote down the different locations, some of which I think would classify as spoilers, so I won't share them directly. But the first location I saw 7 times in my first 20 hours of gameplay. The next one I saw 3 times. The next one 8 times. Next one 7. The next one 5. And the next one 4 times. So many of these locations and points of interest are heavily recycled. I almost threw the damn thing. Heavily recycled over and over and over again. You will see many of them the same exact way, the same exact alignment, in the same environment, on totally different planets, and sometimes they're even recycled into the main story. I'm not joking. Early in the game, I traveled to an abandoned mine and cleared it out. It was a pretty cool encounter with lots of combat, and the mine was very large as well, which was extra cool. Down in the depths of the mine, I found an area where they had been digging and had unearthed some weird dinosaur alien looking skull. It was just laying in the ground at the very end of one of their mining tunnels, and it had seemingly been the cause of their halted excavations. And I thought this was so cool, and I even made a note of it to praise it as this cool environmental storytelling piece that Bethesda Game Studios is so well known for. It's like these miners were digging in here, found this skull, and then had to halt all operations because they had discovered something really important. And that eventually led to the mine being abandoned, and therefore the pirates taking it over. What I didn't realize was that I would see this exact same mine with the exact same alien dinosaur skull in the exact same place 4 different times before I hit that 20-hour mark. Everything from the placement of the skull to the enemy placement and even the loot within containers seemed to be directly copy and pasted. And that's just one example. There was also this science lab that I found sitting next to a swampy pool of poisonous gas, and I thought it was pretty cool looking, so I made a note of it to praise how cool it was that they dynamically placed this science lab studying toxic elements next to this toxic pool on this planet
Uy,
that just so happened to have a lot of toxic
wala naman
elements.
yun.
However, just 2 hours and 15 minutes in-game later, I encountered the exact same thing on a different planet as part of a main story mission. The exact same poison bog and the exact same building with precisely the same enemy placement, but this time it was part of a main story mission instead of a dynamically placed encounter. I thought I was taking crazy pills. I had seen these things exactly the same, and it was like this weird deja vu where you're like, I swear I've done this already. I swear. But sure enough, you have. It's just you did it in a different place and it was copy and pasted over here. And again, these are just 2 individual specific examples. I have literally dozens of these examples. Maybe if you get really high while playing Starfield, you won't notice these or remember that you've already seen these encounters before. But for me, it created the feeling, like I said, that I was going absolutely insane. All while I'm exploring these locations, I'm constantly overwhelmed with this sense of deja vu that is painfully uncomfortable, feeling as though I've already been here and done this because frankly I have. And I don't love saying I told you so, but I told you so. I was trying to encourage everybody to be very skeptical of the promise that there would be over 1,000 planets with dynamically placed points of interest, and everybody that was thinking critically was going, how do you do that and not just have a bunch of repeated stuff? Isn't that going to get boring? Isn't that going to get tedious where you just see the same thing over and over and over again? And sure enough, those concerns were warranted. After 65 hours in the game, I have dozens upon dozens of examples of these copy and pasted encounters and points of interest. If somebody is a completionist and hopes to complete all 1,000 planets, they are going to be shocked at just how many times they will see the same thing over and over again. And speaking of those 1,000 planets, it's also important to note that many of those are gas giants like Jupiter or Uranus, meaning that you can't actually land on them. Often they'll have small moons that are completely barren, and it also seems that Bethesda is counting those moons as planets in their 1,000 planet number. Just something to keep in mind because this certainly inflates the number. But with all of this, I just want to bring us back before we tie this up, because I have notes literally long enough for me to do a 3-hour critique of this game. And that's what we're going to do. But that's not what this video is supposed to be. This is a review, so we're trying to give you enough information to know what the game is like so that you know what you're getting into if you decide to buy it or download it. I've spent this video going through a lot of the things I like about Starfield and a lot of the things I really don't like. And I've tried very hard to show you actual footage to back up these points so that it's clear that these are actual problems we encountered during the review process. I have no idea what other people are going to score this game at or how they're going to review it, but my position and stance is that I should give you all of the information you need to make an informed decision, and you can come to the conclusion yourself. In my opinion, Starfield is a really fun game, and there's a lot here to grind out and have a good time with. I have no doubt people are going to be playing this game for years and years and years and still be discovering new things and different planets and biomes. One of my favorite things that I haven't touched on yet that has consistently entertained me is that every once in a while when you fast travel to a planet, before fast traveling down onto the planet's surface, you get these dynamic encounters with different people, some of which you might have seen earlier in the story. For example, one point I screwed over this guy as part of a faction quest line and he was super pissed at me. So he disappeared and said, I'll get you back. And 10 hours in-game later, I ran into that guy trying to jump me with a bunch of his friends as I was outside of a planet ready to go land on its surface. They tried to shoot me out of the sky. I thought that was super cool. And that's where I think Starfield really excels, is in those dynamic encounters that are original. Unfortunately, though, there's just a lot of stuff that isn't original that's copy and pasted all over the place. But other systems like the base building, the ship flying and combat, the side quests, the faction quests, the gunplay, the weapon customization, and all of the other systems I haven't even touched on are ripe for the plucking. There is lots to do here and a lot of fun to be had. But listen, BGS is not magical, okay? It's still a Bethesda Game Studios title. It still has weird bugs and glitches. The people all look like sisters and brothers. It's a Bethesda game, and that's okay. It's just not going to be the second coming of God Howard. It's a solid game. It's not what I would consider a masterpiece, but I think there's a lot of fun to be had with it. And as far as I'm concerned, as a Game Pass title, day 1, or I guess day 5, depending on how you look at it, I think it is a no-brainer. I know a lot of the time in these reviews, it's really easy to just fixate on the negative, because I can say I love the combat. I think the gunplay is way improved over what we've seen before. I think it works really well. And I can say all of that, but what people are going to remember is me tearing the game a new one for all of the bugs and the copy and pasted content, which I think is probably fair as well. So in conclusion, I think Starfield is a solid game that was shooting for the stars, but it never really leaves orbit. It's still an amazing accomplishment and something that they should be very, very proud of, but it's not the accomplishment that they were hoping to achieve. But nonetheless, there's a ton of fun to be had here, and I have no doubt that this game is worth enjoying and playing, especially if you can get it on Game Pass for a deal or for no added cost if you're already a subscriber to it. Again, shout out to Bethesda for providing me a review code a full 2 weeks early. Also, shout out to Todd for chilling with me through the whole review. That was awesome. Very patient, isn't he? Like, I'm kind of tearing his game a new one in a couple of respects, and he's just chilling. He's just there. What a guy. But thank you for watching. Make sure to like the video if you enjoyed it. Share it with a friend who might have gotten too hyped for Starfield. And as always, subscribe if you want to be notified.
The 100 hours of Starfield.
Certainly been taking their lumps over the past decade. While Fallout 4 had an overall positive reception, it didn't land nearly as strong as Skyrim, scoring lower reviews from both critics and players, and in turn not selling as well. Then there was the disastrous launch of Fallout 76. Beyond people not being pleased with its live service structure and monetization, it was also a technical mess of bugs and glitches, more so than usual for Bethesda games. And although this has been addressed in time, the damage was done when it first came out. Then they took that trip into mobile gaming, releasing Fallout Shelter and Elder Scrolls Blades, which core fans, or at least I'll speak for myself, I just wasn't really that interested. I have heard that they are decent for mobile games, but looking at my phone isn't the type of gaming that I enjoy. And then finally, Bethesda earned the reputation via insult turned meme that all they can do anymore is re-release Skyrim for the 100th time. So yeah, suffice it to say, public perception of the company in recent years has been a little bit less than stellar. Well, after spending the past 2 weeks playing Starfield, I can say that for me, it feels like Bethesda as I knew them back during the Morrowind to Skyrim era, they are back, or at least they have delivered a game that has transported me back to that period of time. Starfield through and through is a true Bethesda RPG with all of the exploration, immersion, characters, relationships, adventures, combat, looting, crafting, and world building that you expect. Yes, there are still bugs, although far fewer than normal from what I've seen, and not enough to get in the way of me having a good time. And yes, this might not be the space exploration sim that some are hoping for, with a very liberal fast travel system and little motivation to really ever spend any time in my ship in space. And for sure, the game is not without its issues, which we will talk about in this video. Nevertheless, Starfield is absolutely delivering on being Bethesda's next major RPG. I think this is a fantastic game. I've had an amazing time playing so far. I am 2 weeks in, have finished the campaign, cleared a ton of side content, and yet it still feels like I am just getting going. Much like Morrowind and Skyrim, I think this might go down as one of my all-time favorites and could very well be a game that I'm playing on and off throughout the years. So, let's start off mentioning spoilers. I will avoid any and all major story spoilers outside of talking about the very introduction to the game. I'm not going to say anything about what happens to who, where, or why in the main story of Starfield, but we will be discussing content and mechanics that are unlocked throughout the course of playing, some of which Bethesda has so far kept under wraps. I'm going to talk about this at least lightly in the review because some of these things are a major part of playing the game and the gameplay experience, so they are totally worth mentioning as I talk about my general impressions of Starfield. That said, I will be sure to chapter mark this video, so if there are sections that you want to just dodge completely, you are definitely free to do so. All right, let's get into my review and discussion of Starfield. After 2 whole weeks of playing the game, what is it like, and what do I think so far? Let's start with the beginning. Starfield kicks off in true Bethesda fashion after setting the stage and introducing you to the artifact, which is kind of a driving element of the story weaving all throughout. You are then asked to make your character. They've got a fairly in-depth creator with lots of options, with sliders for just about every part of the face and body. Then you pick a background. This comes with a little bit of story and 3 related starting skills. Other than whatever dialogue options your background grants grants you, this choice isn't really game defining. Those skills can be picked up at any point, no matter what you select for your starting background. Eventually, actually, it seems that if you play long enough, you can unlock every single skill in the game. And then there are the traits. These add a bit more flavor, like introvert, which makes it so that you use less oxygen when you are alone, but more if you have a human companion. You could also pick to, for example, be the resident of one of the major cities, or choose to be aligned with a certain faction. All of this granting you better rewards for the thing that you're aligned with, but some drawbacks elsewhere in the game with other factions, cities, or what have you. Quite a few options, both with positives and negative attributes. So once done creating and naming your character, you wake up and then things kick into gear. A group of pirates show up trying to steal your artifacts. You fight them back, chat with the survivors, and are given your first ship and told to visit the Space Exploration Group Constellation. Then, after a quick pit stop at a Crimson Fleet base, you head to the city of New Atlantis in Alpha Centauri, and from here, things really open up. The main story quest continues, but it's at this point you can just start doing your own thing, venturing off on your own, as is the case with Bethesda RPGs. This is one of the main selling points. Just kind of pick a direction and go in terms of what it is you want to do, what you want to explore, what you want to focus on. It really starts here in New Atlantis. You could follow the main path or choose to start chatting with NPCs in town, picking up side quests, exploring nearby planets, maybe join a faction or two, whatever you want to do really. Now, following the main story quest will guide you along and introduce you to the various systems and features at a fairly set pace, as well as a lot of the game's locations, but you can just as well discover all of these things on your own, just through natural exploration, picking up quests along the way, some of which you will start getting in that first city. New Atlantis is a huge location and broken up into several districts, commercial, residential, and transportation being the three main ones, with each of them full of the relevant shops, NPCs, things to do and see. And New Atlantis, along with all of the major cities, has tons of shops that are named with distinct branding, and they've really done a good job here of making these look and feel like actual businesses with their own mottos and vibes to boot. There are general vendors, doctors' offices, trade authorities, security stations, gun and clothing shops, bookstores, and much, much more to be found in every one of the major cities. As for the NPCs, there are loads of those as well, everywhere. This has to be the most densely populated Bethesda games have been with NPCs in one area, with a mix of named and generic characters walking around, some of them chatting about local events, discussing their day, sharing a story, asking for help, or talking about rumors, many of which, if you overhear, will automatically be added to your quest log. And let's talk about quests. A lot of times in games like these, I prefer the smaller, bite-sized stories and characters, more so than like the overarching grand narrative of the game, the main story quest. And that's really been the case here as well, although I do quite like the main story, especially how it all wraps up. It's the smaller tales along the way that are the most interesting for me. Maybe it's helping a farmer who gets raided by pirates. You go take out the pirates, but then you find a little note that tells you why the pirates were there in the first place, and you go back to confront the farmer because, hey, they were doing some pretty messed up stuff. Or maybe you have to assist a couple who's in a dangerous situation and they need a help getting out of trouble. Maybe you set off on a path of revenge to get payback on a character who screwed you over, and in the process find a treasure hidden under their house. Or maybe following the clues of a note, you discover a hidden base on a far out planet, which used to be the main location of this ancient secret society. Going in there, you find something has taken it over, you deal with that, you discover the discarded gear, ship, and take on the title of the leader of the secret society. Just so much is going on, so many cool little story arches taking you off on one adventure to the next. It does seem, at least thus far from the past 2 weeks of playing this game, that Starfield is loaded with even more of these than any Bethesda title has had, and I love it. Like I said, this side stuff is some of my favorite things in Bethesda games, but in RPGs in general. I do like the main story quest, but I really don't want to talk about it. I don't want to spoil any of it for you, but the side stuff just as equally adore. All right, from here, I want to talk more generally about the various aspects of Starfield, and let's start with the exploration. Exploration in Starfield is quite a bit different than what we've seen from prior Bethesda games. In Skyrim, for example, you could just walk in a direction and pretty much be guaranteed to come across something of interest, be it a cave, ruins, a small town, an NPC who's in need of help. Maybe you find a camp with a journal that leads you on a quest, or an entrance to these
PlayStation,
ancient landmarks. Maybe there's a
Xbox,
pathway up
PC.
to a dragon's
I
nest. But
remember there's also
Starfield doesn't
Skyrim
quite
on
work
the,
like that. There
on
are
the Nintendo
pre-designated
Switch.
built-out areas, these handcrafted locations that have all of the level of detail that you expect from Bethesda, but for the most part, you aren't gonna randomly stumble across them because of the scale of this game. Instead, you will be guided to them via quest, main story quest, side quest, faction quest, and quests you pick up from overhearing NPC chatter. Any of these, when in your quest log, are going to give you an objective with a target location on a very particular planet. Tracking the quest will then actually show you exactly what planet and give you the exact landing spot, which will be right next to whatever your quest objective is. So you take off in your ship, maybe you have to jump a few solar systems, and then when you arrive at that quest location, you're gonna land right next to the objective, and it is going to be every bit of Bethesda that you expect. You will go into whatever that location is, a base, a cave, what have you, and it is going to be very detailed with lots of loot to pick up, puzzles to solve, books to read, enemies to fight, new quests to discover inside of the quest location, some Easter eggs, everything that you have come to expect from these mainline Bethesda RPGs are in these locations. But outside of those spots, every single planet that I've seen is built like this. Upon landing your spaceship, whether you were landing because you just chose a landing spot or you were landing at a pre-designated point of interest, once you land, there will be somewhere around 3 to 5 unknown points of interest scattered around you. Now you can bring up your scanner, and when scanning those unknown areas, it's then going to generally tell you what it is, be it a building or a science facility, a cave, or maybe some area that has signs of life. Now you can head towards those points of interest, and along the way, you might see 1 or 2 small structures here and there, but for the most part, the entire play space when you're planet side on any of the game's planets is predominantly just terrain. There will be some ore to harvest every few 50 to 100 meters, and then maybe there will also be some plants or animals, although that is depending on how hospitable the planet is. Unlike the Elder Scrolls or Fallout, Starfield is not a game where it's possible that you're going to stumble onto really interesting things or things of note in every square inch of the play space. No, all of the places worth being are pretty much going to be marked on the map when you land, or you will be guided there, like I mentioned, by a quest. That is a big difference, for better and worse, from how exploring the world has traditionally worked in Bethesda's games. Now, with that said, they have said that Starfield has more handcrafted content and locations than any of their prior titles, and after the past 2 weeks of playing, I am totally inclined to believe it. I have seen a lot of areas, a lot of points of interest, a lot of quests, but it also feels like I've just barely scratched the surface. There is clearly a ton of handcrafted content to explore in Starfield. It's just that on top of that, there is even more of what is mostly empty terrain that's just full of 3 to 5 points of interest, and maybe plants and animals. From what I've seen, Starfield, yes, is every bit as detailed as every other Bethesda RPG. It's just that instead of all of that being like in one confined play space, it's way more spread out with much more filler in between, as is probably expected when they've got some 1,000 planets to fill. So just bear that in mind. Whereas in Fallout or in Skyrim, every single square inch more or less could be full of something interesting, it's a lot different in Starfield because we're dealing with 1,000 planets, and there's a lot of empty space in between the more interesting locations. Now, in terms of variety of locations, there is quite a lot. Just about every biome type you can imagine is here in Starfield amongst those 1,000 or so planets. Wetlands, deserts, forests, jungles, volcanic, Arctic. They've got everything, it seems. And the explorable points of interest within those locations are made up of all of those aforementioned things like caves, facilities, ruins, abandoned outpost, lots of variety, lots of interesting things, and lots of empty space as well in between. Speaking of which, I do want to briefly touch on complaints about the zone boundaries that I've seen pop up. So basically, if you haven't seen these online, people are talking about the fact that when you land, there is like a proximity with which you can explore, and if you make it all the way to the edge of that, the game tells you, hey, you've made it to the barrier, and you have to go back in your ship and land elsewhere if you want to continue exploring by foot. Let me say this. I have not once once in the past 2 weeks of playing the game naturally ever come across a zone boundary while on a planet. I went in to do it for the sake of testing, just to see what it was like, but had I not read about this online, I still wouldn't know that it was even a thing, because at no point in the last 2 weeks of just playing the game has it made any sense for me to land and walk straight in one direction nonstop for 20 minutes. My typical time while on a planet would look like this. Typically, I would be going there because I would have some sort of quest, main story, side quest, faction, or otherwise. That puts me, like I mentioned, right next to a point of interest. So I would land at that spot, and then I would do whatever the quest was asking me to. Take out a target, discover something, collect something. So I go in there, I do that, and typically the average quest would take me maybe 15 to 20 minutes to upwards of an hour, depending on how expansive the area was or how much looting I chose to do. So I would do the quest objective, finish it up, and then after that, sometimes I would emerge and scan my surroundings to mark one of those nearby points of interest, and then maybe I would visit one or two of those, but normally that was it, because at that point it would be time to teleport back to my ship and leave the planet, either because I was headed towards my next quest or I needed to go back to town to sell off my inventory, pick up some new quests, progress the main story, whatever. But yeah, as mentioned, in 2 weeks of playing, I didn't even realize zone boundaries were a thing, but it's not because I wasn't playing the game a ton, because I have finished the campaign, I've done a ton of side stuff, I've played a lot of Starfield. It just never makes sense, because outside of those points of interest, the planets are basically nothing. They're just like plants and resources and maybe animals, and there's no reason to just land and walk 30 minutes. Now, if that is what you want to do, and if you wanted to spend, I mean, you could easily spend 50 to 100 hours on a single planet if you were trying to go all the way around it. I just never did that naturally in the course of playing the game, but I understand that some people are going to be upset about that they can't just land and walk for 5 straight hours. You can only land and walk for 40 minutes before they make you take off and land again. So it's pretty much a major non-issue for me personally, at least for how I have been playing the game. But people play games differently. And for the people who wanted to land and walk for 5 hours straight, yeah, I can understand why that might be frustrating. Speaking of walking for 5 hours straight, let's talk about travel. So yes, this game does have spaceships, but no, I don't really spend a lot of time in them. I mean, I do technically as I'm moving from one location to the next. I am technically having to be in my ship. I'm not actually playing it most of the time because they let you teleport instantly pretty much everywhere in this game. If there's an area that you have previously discovered, you can teleport there. If there's a star system within range of your ship's jump drive, you can teleport there. The amount of time that I've spent actually in space physically piloting my ship over these past 2 weeks, I want to say is somewhere around 30 to 60 minutes, definitely not more than an hour. Now, you could spend a lot more time up there. There are things to do. You can fly around to derelict stations, you can find enemies to have dogfights with, there are cargo ships that you can hail down and board. There's lots of things you could do while in space. I've just not had much reason to, because of the fact that they let you fast travel for nearly everything, including flight from one planet to the next. You don't actually even have to physically walk back to your ship. I can, and many times have, been on the planet, finished a quest, then just opened my map, clicked on one of the major cities a few solar systems over, and if that was within the range of my ship's capabilities, I just get a loading screen and then I arrive at my destination. No walking back to the ship necessary, and no taking off in orbit, no flying through space needed. There are exceptions depending on the distance, and for many of the populated planets, the ones with major cities, they are going to require to quickly scan your cargo, checking for stolen goods before they let you land. But even in that case, I don't actually have to fly my ship. I just leave the loading screen, I'm in orbit of the planet, they say scanning your cargo, 5 seconds later, cargo scanned, I open the map, I click land in the city, and there you go. I haven't actually spent time like flying the ship around. Now, as with the planet side exploration, I definitely know for some people this is going to be a negative, but it personally did not bother me. In fact, I actually appreciated it given how massive this game is. 1,000 planets, those planets are huge. You could spend 100 hours on them if you wanted to, walking around. I don't want to spend most of my time manually flying around. I just want to do the Bethesda stuff. I want to walk around town, talking to the interesting NPCs, getting the storylines, finding secrets, sneaking into buildings, going out on adventures through caves and camps, and fighting and looting along the way, following these storylines. And if that's what you want to focus on like I do, they let you do this with relative ease without the traveling from one end of the galaxy to another being a major impediment. They might ask you to make 2 or 3 solar system jumps, but that's just a few clicks and not really a big time investment. I would say the biggest drawback for this is it does pull you a bit out of the immersion, but on the flip side, the good news is at least when it comes to the planet side exploration, you can use the fast travel as much or little as you like. Like, you don't have to fast travel from one planet to the next. You can, if nothing else, but for the sake of immersion, you can, when you finish your quest, walk back to your ship, physically get in the cockpit, physically take off, and then while in orbit, choose from that point which planet you want to go to next. It's just, you don't have to do that, but they definitely are very liberal with fast travel, almost to a fault in this game. Now let's talk about looting and loot. Loot is everywhere in every one of those major points of interest in the game. Every major location, quest location, or otherwise will be loaded with all manner of loot to collect. Loot in the game is broken up into 11 categories. There is the armor sections. These include spacesuits, packs, helmets, and other apparel. Combat gear like the weapons, throwables, ammo, and aids, and then other, which include notes, books, resources, and miscellaneous. Now, for all the different armor categories, they will have values of various defensive stats and resistances, along with potential bonus modifiers. So the gear in this game will have different rarities that can drop from white to blue, purple, and yellow. The higher the rarity, the more number of perks. So white will have none, blue will have
Just
1,
in case,
purple
chat,
2, and
that you're
yellow 3.
wondering
These
where
can
I'm
range
looking
from
at.
offensive,
I am
defensive to utility
watching
in
the
nature,
review,
all of the
and I'm
standard
watching
RPG
someone
stuff.
playing
Maybe you get
Starfield
extra
right now.
damage against a certain enemy type,
And
or
I
extra
am
defenses,
so
or more efficient
hyped
O2
right now.
use, extra body shot damage, extra
I
all
am
sorts
so
of
hyped
RPG
that I want to
bonuses
get the
here.
pre-
And
I want
weapons
to
work
get the
much in the same
pre-order
way.
thing. I
All
don't
of
know
the
if it's
variety of weapons you
possible pa.
expect, from rifles to
But
shotguns to SMGs to
unfortunately, I
energy
can't
weapons. These will
download
come
while
with
I'm
different
streaming.
stats, different fire speeds and accuracies and bonuses, all sorts of different attachments that you can change with and modifiers that you can do. And weapons like the armor will come with higher rarities, with those higher rarities having additional perks attached to them. The loot that drops in the game from random enemies or chests or things that you might randomly find on the ground will be some random roll of stats and rarity of all of the different types
Wait,
of
there's a
armor and
sword?
weapons that are in the game. But on top of that, there are named unique items, these special items often found at the end of a quest line, or from a particular faction reward, or from joining a faction, or maybe some found in specific secret locations, or from progressing parts of the main story. And yes, the game does have a max storage capacity. This is something that can be improved with the game's talent system. You can up your total capacity, but you'll spend a lot of time juggling, hey, I want to pick everything up, but hey, I don't have enough space in my inventory. In terms of the game's combat, playing the game, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the best combat has ever felt in a Bethesda game. The gunplay in particular, while it might not be quite as good as something like a dedicated AAA FPS like Destiny or Halo, it is nevertheless quite good. I think it feels so good that I've spent most of my time playing that way. I do think the shooting, they've done a really good job with the feel of first-person combat. Melee combat felt a little wonkier, but in general, shooting guns, which is your main weapon of choice in this game, feels really good, especially in first person. I didn't like it quite as much in third person, because when you're in third person, your character has momentum to them. So as you're trying to like strafe left and right, they slow down, they physically slow down, but you can really do that quick left and right strafing while in first person perspective. In terms of the rest of the gameplay, interacting with the world, jumping around, it's the same physics-based craziness that you come to expect from Bethesda games, and I say that in an endearing manner. Skills and talents, this game has them. There are actually 5 categories of skills: physical, social, combat, science, and tech. For physical, this centers around things like unarmed attacks, defenses, your carry capacity, and movement capabilities, including jumping. Social is like dialogue, NPC interaction, NPC manipulation, and thievery. Combat is all focused on ranged weapons and explosives. Science is things like resource gathering, research, outpost, and crafting. And then finally, tech includes enhancements for your ship as well as your booster backpack. Each one of these categories has about 16 to 17 individual talents. You play the game, you get experience, this levels you up. Every level up, you get a skill point. You spend a skill point, and then once you have selected the first tier in any one of these, there will be a challenge for you to complete, which is usually just use this thing frequently. Once you use it X number of times, or you complete whatever the specific challenge is, you can then progress to the second tier with an additional skill point. Now, this next part is a bit spoilery because it's something that you unlock as you move through the main campaign, but I cannot
can we
not
skip
mention
this?
it. Also, this was teased in one of
Spoilers.
the trailers for the game, so it's not going to be a complete surprise. But yes,
Well, I don't want to
spaceships
hear
for
it.
one. There's a big variety of these. These range from fighters all the way up to cargo ships and everything in between. There's even special unique ships. These will be unlocked through quest lines or things that you discover while playing the game. Ships will have all sorts of different components and parts.
Wait, let's pause it. There's an ad in progress. There's a 2-minute ad. Okay, this is a new update. It tells me already if there's an ad. Okay. Two minutes. So it gave me like 3 minutes ads. Hmm. Oh, Burr months na pala. So there's gonna be a lot of ads for this, this quarter. How many minutes left? There's still 2 minutes after the ad. Anyways, guys, what are your plans for the weekend? By the way, I'm not sure if you're still here, Amor. Meron bang Battlefield 2042 sa Game Pass? Yun palang isang game na yun, I wanted to try that out as well. Okay, is there still an ad? 1 minute. Ang tagal ng ad. One minute. Okay, let's play it.
But most importantly, and of note, they do have a cargo hold, which basically is what amounts to your portable storage that you take with you on the go. This is of great usefulness while out in the field. As you play and discover or purchase new ships, you'll then unlock the ability to swap your home ship. So if you find an upgrade or one that has more storage or is faster or has better offenses, whatever it is, you can choose whatever ship you want active at any given time. And also the ships have loads of customization. You can swap out all of the major parts. You can upgrade components.
Jesus Christ. Seer and Asmongold is still playing Starfield up to now. So it's that good.
Can move sections of the ship around. There's a lot of potential customization here. I didn't really dive into it that much because I was happy with the ships that I have. In particular, I found a ship through a quest line, a really unique ship, and I really like it just the way that it is. Other than swapping out and upgrading some parts, I was happy with its just general layouts. But yes, you can mix and match and make all sorts of potential combinations for your ships, which is really, really cool to see, and I'm looking forward to diving into it. Companions are in the game as you play, interact, and build relationships with particular NPCs. Some of them will unlock the ability to be added to your crew and join you as a companion. With this, they can follow you out into the field, helping you in combat, acting as another portable storage beyond your ship's cargo, and you can basically put them to work either on your ship or in your outpost, tasking them with various jobs depending on their particular perks. Speaking of outposts, the game does have base building. You can place these outposts on pretty much any planet, anywhere in the entire game. From there, you're able to build out various structures, crafting facilities, and even defenses, and these likely work as good base of operations, or at least I assume so, because sort of like ship customization, I haven't really spent a lot of time with the base building. I've just been focused on everything else, on doing the quest, on exploring, looting, leveling up. I haven't spent a lot of time building a base. Also, the base building requires resources. These are the things that you collect while out planet side, getting various minerals and ores and all of that, and then you use that to build up the various components of your base. Sort of like ship customization, I'm also looking forward to getting into this. This is what I'm talking about when I say I've been playing for 2 weeks and it still feels like I've barely scratched the surface. last but not least, with the general overview of this game, let me tell you about New Game Plus. Now, this is a bit spoilerly, so if you want to skip this section, go to those timestamp chapter markers below. And the game has New Game Plus. I won't tell you exactly what events bring you to it, but I will tell you the end game eventually gives you the choice of staying in the universe that you are or starting over, but not completely from scratch. You're going to lose much of your belongings, all of your items, your resources, your currency, your gear. You lose all of that, but you carry your progression over with you and are able to, in the same save, basically start a new game while also unlocking some new options and having a different take on the experience. It is very, very cool from a story perspective and from a gameplay perspective. I don't remember who, but someone at Bethesda at one point said that the game doesn't really start until you finish the campaign, and I kind of get where they're coming from after finishing the campaign. The way that they do New Game Plus and the way that it ties into the main narrative of the game, I think it's really, really, really cool. Okay, so to wrap it up, I want to go over my bad and good final takeaways. When it comes to the bad, I think moving away from that one cohesive world to explore and replacing it with scale that is mostly filler in between, it's definitely a lot less immersive, at least for the totality of the experience in the play space, especially when combined with how liberal they are with fast travel. I almost wish they had been slightly more restrictive with how much they let you travel around and had a slightly more condensed experience, but they're trying to deliver a galaxy scale of a game with thousands of planets divided amongst tons of solar systems. Obviously, filler is needed in between. I think they do a good job with how they handle the balancing the interesting points of interest and quest locations and then filling out the space with just randomness, basically, with just resources and terrain. I do think in terms of while playing the game, it doesn't feel like I'm dealing with a bunch of nothingness because I can so quickly hop around, but it definitely makes the whole experience and exploring a little less interesting and cohesive because, yeah, for example, in Skyrim, if I just headed north, I was going to come across all sorts of really interesting stuff as I kept on moving, and it's not really that way in Starfield. Also, in terms of the bad, there have been some bugs, the least that I've seen in any Bethesda game at release, but occasionally I've seen things like items glitching out, spinning at like 1,000 miles an hour and bouncing stuff off of inside of a room. I've seen a few NPCs glitch into walls here and there. All in all, it's been pretty good, but yes, there are still some bugs present. And on the visual side of things, I would say this game is very mixed. Sometimes I think Starfield looks awesome, the environmental stuff, the lighting. Other times it feels very flat and incredibly washed out. I think this is part of the trade-off with them still using a creation engine. Even if it is upgraded, it is still clearly the creation engine. To that note, NPC faces, they're a bit better than they've been in the past, but still feels like a creation engine NPC talking at me and its head following me as I move around in the creepy way that it does. And also, while generally I like the range combat, I did think the melee in this game didn't feel particularly great. That's the bad, the major of the bad. Onto the good. I was not expecting to like this game very much. The sci-fi space setting isn't typically my favorite. I much enjoy fantasy. I like the Elder Scrolls series for that very reason, but I gotta tell you, I am obsessed with this game. This is just such a great world that they've built. I will definitely be playing for months, if not years potentially, at least on and off. It's really hooked me for sure. There's so much game here, as stated. 2 weeks in, I feel like I've still just barely gotten going. The gameplay overall is as good as it's ever been for a Bethesda game, and given the scale and clockwork nature, I think they've done a great job of delivering what feels like solid FPS action. The characters, the cities, the technology, all of the world feels very grounded with, you know, the sci-fi magic power stuff aside. This does feel like a very believable universe. Performance has been really solid. There's only been a few instances where I noticed frame drops. Other than that, I've been hovering around 100 plus FPS on PC. Bugs, while present, like I mentioned, have been few and far between. And bottom line is that this game is very fun and definitely feels like a step forward for Bethesda RPGs, and also has me that much more excited for the next Elder Scrolls installment. And to wrap everything up, I want to say that over the past couple weeks of playing and working on the review for this game, I would periodically just jump online to check up on and see what people were saying about Starfield, especially when I noticed a lot of those leaks were coming out and people started sharing and in some cases showing off aspects of the game. I was just generally wondering, like, how's the temperature? What do people think of what they've seen so far? And it seemed like all I came across were constant complaints. Nearly every single post, every single thread, every single article that I read was just majorly negativity. Every single time I would be like playing the game all day and I'd jump on Twitter at the end of the day to be like, hey, what are people saying about Starfield, right? I know embargo's not lifted, but from what they've seen from the leaks or from general discussion, from interviews, what do people think about Starfield? And I'd be like, oh, damn, that sounds awful. They're making this game sound like trash. Anyway,
Well, the
I'm going
only
to go back to playing
haters of this
Starfield
game
now
are the
because the game
PlayStation
is a lot of fun.
guys.
Overall,
Because
the
it's
complaints
exclusive
aside, the
to
negatives,
Xbox
the
and
criticism
PC.
aside, I think they nailed most of this game. It is a easy recommendation for me. If you've ever liked Bethesda games in the past, almost certainly you are going to like this one. At least I do personally. That is going to do it for the review. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time.
All right. Let's see what else can we review while waiting. So we've seen the skeptical review earlier. What else? Let's start playing Starfield. Let's start playing Fallout 4 then. Oh, why is it just black screen? Wait. Display. Wait, let's go back. Hmm. Oh wait, bakit Fallout Shelter? No, I was just kidding. Mali, 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 mali. My bad. I opened the wrong Fallout. What the fuck? Again! Mali na naman! Joke lang. Parehas kasi sila ng logo. Resolution. Bakit full screen? Talagang widescreen lang. Oh, there you go. Borderless. Literal na window mode. Should have fixed this earlier. There you go. Yo, what's up, Odd? It's been a while, buddy. I took a break. I was just reviewing Starfield. I don't know if you know the game. Yeah, I took like a 1 week break because I was mentally unstable. Before you chatted, I was reviewing Starfield, which came out today, or I think it was yesterday your time. So I'm planning to stream that game on Wednesday.
War.
Then on the 27th, I will be playing
War never
Cyberpunk
changes.
because they're releasing the new DLC. So we're gonna be playing a lot of story games
In the
for
year
the month of September.
1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen.
You know, I played this game on my PlayStation before,
He
but
got
I've
his
never
wish.
watched this.
When the U.S. ended
Intro.
World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki,
Wait, did I change the
the
title?
world awaited Armageddon.
Okay.
Instead, something miraculous happened.
So how have you
We
been,
began
Odd?
to use atomic energy not as a weapon.
I'm
but it's a
sorry I
really
haven't been dropping
limitless
by
source
your
of
streams
power.
because when I took my break,
People
I
enjoyed
didn't touch
luxuries
my
once thought the
computer.
realm of science
So I
fiction.
was just watching
Domestic
Netflix
robots.
and doing some other stuff.
Fusion-powered cars.
So I was also away from
Portable
Twitch and
computers.
Discord.
But then, in the 21st century, people awoke from the American dream. Years of consumption led to shortages of every major resource. The
I'm
entire
alright,
world
just kind of
unraveled.
waiting till I go up north next week.
Peace
Why? What's up in the north?
became a
You're gonna
distant
go
memory.
fishing?
It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself. For my wife.
You know, if I kind of like
For my infant son.
the Starfield game, I have no choice but to
Because of
upgrade
my
my
time in
PC.
the army taught me one
Because
thing.
I have a feeling my desktop wouldn't handle it, and the only thing that can handle the game is my laptop.
It's that war.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Myth? I'll just call you Myth.
War never changes.
Mythical Beast. 9 days of camping, fishing, and no Discord or Twitch. Oh, that's a good time to relax.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
I'm thinking about if I should do character customization or let's just go on with the game. Yeah, it will be super fun. Yeah, and at the same time, meet new people. Uh, is he long hair? Wait, extras, parties. Oh wait, so I can't fully customize, huh? I think my expectations here are super high, and I completely forgot that you can't fully customize here. How's the video quality, guys? Is it okay?
Ah, good morning, sir. Your coffee. 173.5 degrees Fahrenheit. To perfection.
Thanks, Cosworth.
Of course, sir.
Nuka-Cola. Ice cold. Sugar bombs. 100% daily value of sugar. Looks like the milk got delivered.
I remember there's a guy who's gonna ring the bell.
Oh, sounds like someone made a sticky.
Hey, Codsworth.
You know, I was
Enjoy your
nervous at
coffee,
first,
sir.
but Codsworth's really good with Sean.
Quality is fine. All right.
On next week's forecast, we have a high of 52 on Monday. But also fear our troops stationed overseas are experiencing some unusual weather as well.
What
On the
problem?
island of BaaaaCK, the nights are cold, unseasonably so for Southeast Asia. But for the 5th Infantry, that's as comfortable as an autumn jamboree.
Can you get that?
Easier for our
It's probably that
mechanized
salesman.
drive
He comes for you every day.
Good morning. BaaaaCK calling.
Wait, should I
Vault-Tec?
just use my controller
Remind
then?
me again?
Why, we're about you, sir, and helping secure your future. You see, BaaaaCK is the foremost builder of state-of-the-art underground fallout shelters. Vaults, if you will. Luxury accommodations where you can wait out the horrors of nuclear devastation. You can't begin to know how happy I am to finally speak with you. I've been trying for days. It's a matter of utmost urgency, I assure you.
What's so important?
Why, nothing less than your entire future. If you haven't noticed, sir, this country has gone to heck in a handbasket. If you'll excuse my language, the big kaboom is... It's inevitable, I'm afraid, and coming sooner than you may think, if you catch my meaning. Now, I know you're a busy fellow, so I won't take up much of your time. Time being a precious commodity.
I haven't played
I'm
Fallout
here
in so
today to
long.
tell
Yeah,
you
me too, man.
that because of
The
your
first time I
family
played
service
this
to our country,
was
you
2015.
have
I
been
was still in
pre-selected
college.
for entrance into the local vault.
2015, and I also played it
Vault
on my console, which is a
111.
PlayStation 4.
Sounds great.
Oh, it is. Believe you me. Now, you're already cleared for entrance in the unforeseen event of total atomic annihilation. I just need to verify some information. That's all.
God damn it, NMP is also streaming Starfield. Dang, everybody I know is playing Starfield.
Sure, let's do it.
Splendid.
I really want to
Splendid.
play it already.
Now,
I
let's
have
see.
to wait 4 days. Alright, so I have a cheat code for this. I already know what to get. What else?
Wonderful. That's everything. Just gonna walk this over to the vault. Congratulations on being prepared for the future.
Thanks again.
Hey, it's peace of mind. That's worth a little paperwork, right?
For you and Sean, no price is too high.
Good answer.
I have my moments.
This afternoon, right here in the city, Boston
Sir,
is wanting some
Sean has been changed, but he absolutely refuses to calm down. I think he needs some of that paternal affection you seem to be so good at.
You heard Codsworth. Go on.
I don't know what to do.
Hey, hon.
I'll be there in a minute. Go ahead.
BaaaaCK announced a continuation of their popularity.
How are the two most important
Man, I can't
men in
wait
my
to
life
just
doing?
fish all day and
Spin
night
the
for
mobile a
9
bit.
days.
He loves that.
When is it again? This weekend?
Much better now, huh? Listen, after breakfast, I was thinking we could head to the park for a bit. Weather should hold up.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Sir, Mom, you should come and see this.
Not leaving
Codsworth,
Friday, a
what's
week from
wrong?
today. Oh, it's still 1 week from today. I see.
Followed by yes, followed by flashes, blinding flashes, sounds of explosions. We're trying to get confirmation.
Everybody's outside.
What?
We seem to have lost
What did
contact
he
with our
say?
affiliate stations. We do,
Oh,
we do
no.
have,
Oh
we do
my
have
God.
coming in.
What's
That's,
going on?
Confirmed reports, I repeat, confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
Oh my god.
We need to get to the vault. Now!
Yeah. We have to go.
Residents of Sanctuary Hills, if you are registered, evacuate to Vault 111 immediately.
Where's my family? Go.
It's okay.
Just help me pack it up.
Imagine the coincidence that the vault is just near our house.
If you're in the program, you'll get in.
That's absurd! I am
Not on the list.
BaaaaCK.
You don't get in.
I'm going in. You can't stop me!
We need to get in. We're on the list.
Infant, adult male, adult female. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good luck, ma'am. Follow me. God help us all.
What's gonna happen to all those people outside the gate?
Everything we can.
They're gonna
now
die.
Keep moving.
Because they're not on the list.
Step on the platform in the center.
Where's my wife? Let's go.
Almost there. We're gonna be okay. I love you. Both of you.
We love you too.
Hold on.
Oh god! Oh god! We did it. We made it. We're okay.
Yo, what's up, JP?
Everyone please step off the elevator
Hello.
and proceed up the stairs in an orderly fashion.
No need to worry, folks.
League of Legends.
We'll get everyone situated in your new
Kumusta?
home.
Kakabalik ko
Vault
lang ba?
111. A better future
Did you go
underground.
to Singapore?
Yes,
or Hong
up the
Kong?
stairs.
I can't believe it. If we left a minute later.
No,
We'd all
don't
be.
get caught up thinking about that. You're safe now.
Go!
Everyone, just head up these stairs and through the door
Kakabalik ko
there.
lang August 24. Oh, how was it?
This way, please.
All new residents, please proceed.
How was your trip? Hindi masyadong umulan doon.
Just this way. Step over to the table and take a seat.
Okay.
You'll need your suits before we can take you.
How
there.
are
Thanks.
you
Right over
personally?
What now?
Just
Parang
follow the doctor.
moving-
Right over there.
He'll show you where to go.
All right, you three.
Moving
Follow
station.
Hey there.
It's down the hallway right there. See?
Did you get the uniform? Oh, I
This
did.
is our new
Wait.
home.
Oh, you're gonna love it here.
Hey,
Just this way.
Here you
Okay
are.
na ako.
Head down
Yun,
the hallway.
nice. At least okay ka na.
It's gone. Our home. Everything
Sir?
we had.
My mother and father down in D.C. Oh God, honey, what if they didn't make
How
it?
long do you think we'll be down
Oh,
here?
I just remembered. This
Oh,
is
we'll
Vault
be going over
111.
all that in orientation. Just a few medical items we have to
I
get
actually
through.
forgot the
Everyone's
story of
list
this
is
game
coming
because
up.
it's been what,
Prepared
7
for the
years since I
future,
last played this.
Such a lovely family you have.
Nagka-climb na lang ni
I hope
sa
you'll see
Emerald
this as
to
your new
Merwins eh. I actually took a break from streaming and gaming. I got super
Just step
burned
in here.
out.
excuse me.
Just step into the
So
chair.
I haven't touched TFT and League. I haven't touched any Riot games. Maybe sometime last week that na I took a break. Kakabalik ko lang today actually. This has been my first stream since I took a break.
Time for a whole new life.
Resident secure. Occupant vitals.
No, ang laki talaga ng chances na mangyari to IRL.
Procedure complete.
Kaya pala hindi kita nakikitang online. Yeah. Nagpahinga, pinagpahinga ko yung mental state ko because yung pinaka last stream ko, I actually went live then ended the stream because I couldn't feel it anymore. Parang I was not happy. So I know for sure, everybody knows on my stream that day na I need to take a break. Then eventually, sakto din that I took a break because my mentor, my close friend died that same night. So parang feeling ko it was a sign na nagpaparamdam siya sa akin that night nung nag-stream ako na wala ako sa mood. I feel so down, parang ganun. Yeah.
Almost.
Ah, shit, I remember this. I'm having like small memories of this game. I think the premise of the game is for me to look for the kid. No, imagine your wife getting killed in front of your eyes and you can't do anything about it. Lagi kasi akong tulog. Huwag mo sabihin nag-jet lag ka pa. It's still in Southeast Asia. I was gonna ask sana if mag-aaya ka mag-league kasi I don't wanna play League of Legends ng solo. Kaso, nung sinabi mong papunta ka na ng Emerald, malabo kasi bronze lang ako. Ewan, pagbalik ko here, lagi ako antukin. Maybe it's because of the weather. Kasi diba, it's been raining a lot. Kahapon, ganun din yung feeling
Why
ko
would BaaaaCK do this? Come on, come on, come on! Oh God!
Ayun, I can open it pala.
I'll find who did this. And I'll get Sean back.
Hello? Anyone?
Sa Singapore na ulan pero not as strong, drizzle lang. Dito, hindi naman ganun ka-strong yung ulan, pero yung hangin na nakakatakot. Ay, kagi. Tab pala. What the fuck? Ayaw bumaba. There you go. Plan ko rin ilagay flex ko sa plat. Silver kasi right now flex ko. Pwede ba tayo maglaro? Yung ano ba yun? Alt account mo? Wait, for sure Nvidia has an update for this. Five. Actually, pwede kita samahan pero kulang tayo. I have a friend dapat right kaninang mga 9 o'clock. We were supposed to play League. Ay, nakalaro mo na ata yun. Si Marquesaurus.
Dead.
Kaso, wala pa din siya. Baka may ginagawa pa. We can play Flex. Kaya ba? Tagal ko nang di naglalaro eh. Pwede rin naman ako mag-switch ng game because I just started. Wala akong barel. Alam ko may mga cockroach dito eh. Cockroach. Putang ina, yun na nga. Sabi ko na nga may cockroach eh. Kaya naman, pero after ng game ko, sige. Ayain mo lang ako anytime. I'm G. Kasi kanina, I tried playing League. Kanina before ako nag-stream. Na-high blood ako kaagad eh. Ang tatanga ng mga kalaban ko eh. Umpisa pa lang, alam mo nang wala nang future eh. Anywho, I forgot na I have to speak English pala kasi I have other viewers. Yo, thanks for the hype, Odd. Sorry, I was speaking on my Filipino language. My friend just got back from Singapore.
Roaches? What the hell?
Nasa stream pa ako ni Jelly. What do you mean? For loose, ano na siya? Wait, has she been playing League? I heard she's playing TFT. Sorry, not TFT. She's playing a lot of Dota 2. Red Roach. Wait, I can't go there. I know there's a gun here somewhere. Oh, there you go. I found the gun.
What happened here? Where is everyone?
Pinasunsundos kasi yung... Yeah, that's the normal problem nga daw. Pag jungle. Sa akin, my problem earlier was my support and my top lane. I forgot na who my top lane was. But that's the problem if you have a teammate who is a Yumi. So it felt like it was a 4v5 game. No. I know there's a gun here somewhere. The other gun. Ayun, this one.
Nice. Coming back later for you.
I need a bobby pin. Packs of cigarette. Uy. I hate cockroach. Woo! What the fuck? Control to sneak. Avoid bright light. Use melee attacks and left out.
Is this all that's left?
Oh. Eh? Keep forgetting tab as exit.
Is anyone alive? Did anyone get out?
Select tab with mouse 1.
Vault door cycling sequence initiated. Please stand back. Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing BaaaaCK.
Let's see. Map.
to the world?
The world, sir? Well, besides our geraniums still being the envy of Sanctuary Hills, I'm afraid things have been dreadfully dull around here. Things will be so much more exciting with you and Mrs. BaaaaCK. Where is your better half, by the by?
They killed her.
Sir, these things you're saying, these terrible things, I believe you need a distraction. Yes, a distraction to calm this dire mood. It's been ages since we've had a proper family activity. Checkers, or perhaps charades. Sean does so love that game. Is the lad with you?
Sean's been kidnapped. But I'm going to find him. I'm going to get my son back.
It's worse than I thought. You're suffering from hunger-induced paranoia. Not eating properly for 200 years will do that, I'm afraid.
200 years? What? Are you?
A bit over 210, actually, sir. Or give or take a little, for the Earth's rotation and some minor dings to the old chronometer. That means you're 2 centuries late for dinner. Perhaps I can whip you up a snack? You must be famished.
Codsworth, you're acting a little bit weird. What's wrong?
Oh, son, it's been just horrible. 2 centuries with no one to talk to, no one to serve. I spent the first 10 years trying to keep the floors waxed, but nothing gets out nuclear fallout from vinyl wood. Nothing! And don't get me started about the futility of dusting a collapsed house. And the car! How do you polish rust?
Stay with me, pal. Focus.
I'm afraid I don't know anything, sir. The bombs came and all of you left in such a hurry. I thought for certain you and your family were dead. I did find this holotape. I believe the missus was going to present it to you as a surprise. But then, well, everything happened.
Thank you, Codsworth.
You're welcome. Now, enough feeling sorry for myself. Shall we search the neighborhood together? The missus and young Sean may turn up yet.
I know I'm gonna use
All right.
this place as a settlement.
Lead the way.
Proud to serve, sir. Terrific! It's a fight then. Ouch! Fine then. Here, but a few flies. Wait. My senses are picking up movement in another house. Follow me! What's all this then? Peekaboo! I'm not even sweating!
Grabe naman to si Codsworth. Susunugin pa ako.
Sir, your family isn't...
Codsworth.
Sir, the missus and young Sean, they aren't here.
Sean's out there, Codsworth. I I need to find him.
What about Concord, sir? Plenty of people there. And last I checked, they only pummeled me with sticks a few times before I had to run back home.
There's still people alive in Concord?
Yes, although they're a bit rough. You remember the way? Just across the southern footbridge, out of the neighborhood and past the Red Rocket Station? I shall remain here and secure the home front.
Old V. Oh. There's a logo of a person. Oi. Oh, there's a doggy.
Hey, boy. What are you doing out here all by yourself? You lose your owner, buddy? Okay, then. Let's stick together. Hey. Fetch! How you doing, buddy?
Okay. Person you need to add a hacker. Saan yung hacker? And I need hacker. Tapos my next one is a nuclear physicist. Okay. But I want pickpocket as well. Where are we going, Matt? Where are we going, boy? Where are we going, boy? Okay, so this is Concord. Oh, ayan.
Hey, up here, on the balcony. I've got a group of settlers inside. The raiders are almost through the door. Grab that laser musket and help us, please!
Where's the gun? Okay. Physicist work. Another set of work that will make up the overall character build will be the gun nut. Scrounger in robotics expert. Okay. I wish I still remember how to do it. Ito yung mga parentheses yun eh.
Nice.
The King's regulars are coming out!
Wait. I didn't jump.
I'm telling you, man, let's just get the hell out of here. We got no reason to hang around and get shot.
Stop being such a fucking pansy. The old... I'm coming in there, and I'm gonna skin every last one of you!
Come on, man, they ain't going nowhere. We got other shit to observe.
I'm just gonna do everything, then sell stuff later.
Man, I don't know who you are, but your timing's impeccable. Preston Garvey, Commonwealth Minutemen.
Maybe?
Minutemen? So now I'm traveling backward in time?
Protect the people at a minute's notice. That was the idea. So I joined up, wanted to make a difference. And I did, but things fell apart. Now it looks like I'm the last Minuteman left standing.
The world's changed so much. None of this makes sense.
You all right? Listen, we need your help. And then maybe we can help you, huh? What brought you out here?
Who's around that can find a missing person?
Used to have a few good trackers in this group. Not many now.
Hey.
A month ago, there were 20 of us. Yesterday, there were 8. Now we're 5. First, it was the ghouls in Lexington, and now this mess.
It's a cruel world.
You think I don't know that? The things I've seen. The things I've done. Anyway, we figured Concord would be a safe place to settle. Those raiders proved us wrong. But, well, we do have one idea.
Let's hear it.
Sturgis, tell him.
There's a crashed vertibird up on the roof. Old school, pre-war. You might have seen it. Well, looks like one of its passengers left behind a seriously sweet goodie. We're talking a full suit of cherry T-45 power armor. Military issue.
What makes that power armor so special?
A WestTech internalized servo system, that's what. Inside that baby, super is the new normal. You'll be stronger, tougher, resistant to rads, and...
There we go.
Get the suit. You can rip the minigun right off the vertibird. Do that, and those raiders get an express ticket to hell. You dig?
Minigun. Now we're talking.
I know, right? Only there's one hitch. The suit's out of juice. Probably been dry for 100 years. It can be powered up again. But we're a bit stuck.
I'll help if I can.
What you'll need is an old pre-war FC. A standardized fusion core. Your high-grade, long-term nuclear battery used by the military and some companies way back when. And we know right where to find one.
But we can't get to the damn thing. It's down in the basement. Locked behind a security gate. Look, I fix stuff. I tinker. Bypassing security ain't exactly my forte. You could give it a shot.
Actually, I already grabbed the fusion core. We're set.
Well, all right. Maybe our luck's finally turning around. Once you jack the core into the power armor and grab that minigun, those raiders will know they picked the wrong fight. Good luck.
Maces?
Sweet.
There you go.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed
Save ko lang yung game na JP. Wait. Delete na natin yung ibang save. Yan. Kamusta, Pet? 100% win rate ko sa Karma ngayon. Nako, nakakaya naman kung mapapatalo ko yan. Sorry, wait lang. Login ako. Don't expect too much, ha? Tagal na ako din naglalaro ng league. Pahinga? Kada pa pahinga ka pa pala? Kala ko di uso sa'yo yung pahinga. Nandun pa pala sa'yo yung word na yun. Wait, there's an update. Pete, baka naman. Starfield. Kung love mo ko, Starfield lang. Ay, wait. Kailangan ko pala update. League, no? Ah, wait. There's an update. Eh, kaso sa ano pa eh. So Wednesday pa eh. Tsaka ayoko sa ano, ayoko sa Xbox Game Pass. Gusto ko sa Steam. Pero I mean, yeah, meron nga sa Game Pass. I'm getting it there muna. Kung maganda yung game, then I'm thinking about buying the one on Steam. Saan ka ba, JP? Ano mo ako? Invite mo na lang ako. Di ko alam. Ikaw ba to? Ito. Flex ba? Kasi di tayo pwede mag-duo, di ba? Oh, there you go. Thanks for the invite. Ay, gagi. Saan na yun? Ha? Wait, sino ba? Si Marky. Naka-top lane. Okay lang yan. Ayun nga, Pete. If you're still here, yung Game Pass sa Wednesday pa eh. Pero I wanna play now. Wait, bakit Fallout pa din? Nalagay ko na League of Legends. Ayun. Sakto pala, 2 hours and 30. Nag-league ako. Tignan nga natin kung kamusta ang progress ni Commander Charlie. The Starfield. Fuck, I'm super hyped, man. I wanna play already. By the way, I muted my browser tab para ano din, hindi rin naririnig sa stream ko. See, everybody's playing Starfield. Okay, si Siri nag-just chatting na ulit. But Asmongold went to sleep already. Okay lang kung matagal. Grabe, live pa din siya. Go na lang. I'm also watching my friend, si Commander Charlie. Yung companion ba umaatake? Speaking of sparkling water, I need to drink my medicine. I need to refill water. Ba't nawala? Oh. Wait, di ko pala pwede full screen because I'm reading chat as well. Grabe naman, the queue time. How is that possible? Yun. You got it. Interesting naman nun. I have a feeling when I play Starfield, it's gonna be like a 12-hour stream again. Or a 20-hour stream. I'm gonna be so addicted to this game. Tangina. Ang tagal. Did he just make Molina? Finally. Ang ina.
The weak fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
What? Tayo magko-coms? Pwede rin naman. Pasok ka sa Discord ko. Ako sa Discord ko. Anyway, sige, pasok na lang kayo somewhere sa Discord tapos the-drag na lang. Test.
The weak fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
Pasok ka kahit sa voice channel tapos i-drag kita.
Rinig background ko, hindi?
Yes, rinig kita.
Okay.
Grabe, tagal ng queue.
Sera. Ano, 8 minutes ata yung queue natin kanina.
Oo. Sa flex lang yung ganun.
Oo, sa solo duo 1 minute to 2 minutes lang ako.
Okay. Okay na sana yung kanina eh.
Embrace the darkness.
Kakaisa sana ako kasi pero 8 na kasi.
Ano yan?
Magkakaisa sana ako kasi dalawa na AP.
Parang mali ata yung ginawa mo doon, Commander Charlie. Mali. Ekarim. Tangina, may ganon. Shit, ang tagal mag September 6. Pati ba naman loading matagal? Tangina.
Lahat na lang eh.
Lahat ang tagal. Wisit. Meron. Ito na ba ang demise ng League of Legends sa Pilipinas?
Ano ng team fighting nila oh. Maokai, Ekrim, Irelia. Ako maganda yung setup ng Nor tsaka ng hindi ko kasi ba't siya nag-answer.
Support ka ba?
Hindi ako ADC.
ADC.
Pangit na ipang support sa ano. Si Sarah, mas maganda siya mid lane.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
Aga nila magtoksikan ha.
Kakampi ata tong dalawa na to. Ay, dalawa kanina.
Minions have spawned.
flash
No
yung top.
flash lahat. No flash bot lahat. Sayang, oh my god. Ito na lang, malaki.
An enemy has been slain.
Walang flash yan walang flash to.
Na-smite pa nung Hecarim yung... Wala kasi akong ano. Hindi ako nakatingin. Seconds.
Ay, ano ba? Ako nasa yung jungler.
Hindi ko pa nakikita, pero papunta ako ng DR, baka nandun siya. Tahimik yung ano eh. Tahimik yung top. Kaya niyong silipin yung DR? And then never mind, dito na ako. Wala. Hindi ko alam kung nasan siya.
An ally has
Dito
been
na sa
slain.
Wala yung mga flash. Magawa yung Seraph. DR ata.
1-3 na pala. Wala.
Kaya mo ba yung solo?
Oo, kaya. Hindi ko lang alam kung nasan yung Hecarim ha.
Sa top.
ult na ako, Marky ah.
May napatay ko.
Ano mga patay mo ako?
An enemy has been slain.
Mag-reach ka ba? Magre-reset ako.
Pwede rin ako
An enemy has been slain.
Naka-ano ako? Na-counter jungle ako ng Hekarim. On the way. Oh my god.
Patay na. Sige.
Kaya ba to? Hindi pala kaya. Kala ko kaya.
An enemy has been
Bilis ng
slain.
Hekarim. Na-counter jungle na ako agad.
Nabuff nga yung... hindi siya, yung items niya. First ata niyang i-build, Spear of Sojun.
Anong buff sa Sojun?
Mas mabilis yung cooldown. Tapos dinagdagan ng health ata. Pati yung Gourd Drinker item din na. Enough din yung health. 200 ata yung dinagdag na health. Hindi na nga siya nag-anima naman eh. Diba?
Wala dito.
Careful,
Tangina,
careful.
hindi effective sa kanya yung puta, yun lang kala ko kayo. Hindi effective sa kanya yung fear. Hindi effective sa kanya yung fear. Tanginang yan. Headban ko. Shit, nag-flash pa ako. Kala ko kayo yung pinuntahan ko.
Anong vision? Tuloy lumaan.
Nag-ult na tong area.
Okay.
Priority ko muna mag-item. Wala akong ka-item.
Farm ka lang farm.
Oo, masakit yung Hekarim.
Enough din yung trade Sky breaker pa yun.
Oh, mag-stride breaker ako eh.
Enough din. Wala nang flash ng Maokai. Big flash yung father. May hit pa ba sa jungle?
An enemy has been slain.
Baka top. Pero mag-up na yung objective, baka mag-buff yan. Ayun.
Nandito.
Has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Grabe. Dalawa mahabol sa akin, Hekarim tsaka Maokai. Nasa DR sila.
Hindi natin makakontrol.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Dito yung bababa.
Ito nga, binaba nga
Enemy has
dito.
been slain.
Nasa baba.
Oh, napatay.
Nagtitiping.
Sakit.
Putang.
Hindi talaga kaya. Ah, nakakairita yung buhok ko.
Dalawa. Ayun.
Apat sila, no?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay na din yun. Masada na ako ba?
Kaya rito. Kaso sa flash, ewan mo.
Wala na flash to. Flash.
Feeling ko kinuha niya yung blue ko. Nanggaling na siya dito eh. For sure. Ay, hindi niya kinuha.
Dito. Pupunta ako.
Based on yung rotation niya. Ito siya agad.
Pupunta ako, tara.
Eh, wala dito yung bot lane nila.
Nagult na yung
Oh, nag-gold na.
ako, RJ.
Nandito sa akin.
Kaya?
Sa akin. Ah, fucker. Layo mo pala. Kala ko nandun ka lang sa may bandang taas.
Shut down. Shut down.
Wala, napaglaruan tayo doon.
Dito ako eh. Bigla pala siyang bumalik sa'yo.
Umikot siya banda dito eh, oh. Dito siya umikot eh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Shit, I'm dead. Ano nito?
An ally has been slain.
Sorry.
Patap na kami, patap.
Nagult yung yung Irelia, yung Gregor na.
Hindi naman magaling yung bot niya eh. Kaya. Ito tayo bababa. Wala nang TP yung di ba?
Your team has destroyed.
Baka yung Heka pa-posisyon na dun sa DR.
Ito.
Andyan, nasa mid.
Ito pala. Butang ina, kaya pala matapang dalawa.
Slain.
Huwag nyo na contest, give nyo na.
Dito Heka.
Wala yung Maokai.
Ganda na ba? ba sa bot?
Dito sa mid
Hindi,
area.
Patap ako.
Holy shit.
Tatlo ba? Papunta ako sa'yo.
Pare ako.
Kaya nga, nagdalawang isip ako kung mag-ult ako eh. Yung Heka papunta sa mid ah.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Baka mag-mid. Huwag ko to mid ah.
Nasa mid ah. Dalawa.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Dami talaga.
May ult ka, may ult ka.
Oo.
Ito. Akin na.
You have slain an enemy.
Ano nga natin ang kabuyan yan?
Victor.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Takot naman. Dilim ng ano, mapa.
Dito. Oh, nagabang. Ganda yung bata ko sa tapa.
Give na lang yung tower na yan. Mamatay naman na yan. Bro, nandito. Wala kasing wards.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ginagawa ng Serot yun sa ano.
Shit. Ano ba? Lalabanan ba to, Marky? Pero wala pa akong ult ah.
Care. Go. Nagbabaron ata sila eh.
Tara ba? Punta ako.
May wards ba kayo?
Wala ako dala.
Tara.
Pero nahuli ko yung Nar.
Inibate lang yun. Basta, nakaka-offer si Vito.
Lagyan na lang ng wards.
Heka rin nandito sa akin. Tatlo sila.
Nagamit naman niya ult niya.
Oo, nagamit na niya. Putang ina talaga. Hindi kaya. Yung nagbabaron kanina nung ano ah, napatay ako. Hindi ko lang sure kung tinuloy pa rin.
Tapos ako. Ako tatapos dyan. Kailangan na muna.
Gagi, hindi ako makapagpapera. Yung na-counter jungle ako, tsaka
Bloodthirst.
Dito yan.
Contest natin
Iwasan ako ng lalagay ko. Dito pa. Tapos ako nga. Ang bilis naman.
Kaya nga hindi na ako pumupunta eh. Masyadong mabilis eh. Katulong saan? Dalawa yung dalawa yung nagpiping.
Sige, dyan na lang.
Grabe, sakit na ngayon ka rin. Hindi ako makasurvive. Grabe.
Sabay kayong nagpiping kaya hindi ko alam kung sino sa taas ba o sa baba eh.
Baba, malapit kami. Ay, grabe din.
Di pa ba napapatayan? Hindi pa nga. Masyado rin mabilis yung hit.
Kaya, like.
Gagi, alam mo na problema ko din. Puta, naka-counter jungle din ako eh. Ang bilis mag-roam nung Heka. Wala.
Dapat level 1 talaga pinapunish. Invade. Nandito ata yung Heka.
Abot ako to.
Hindi kami makapag.
Kasi yung cover.
Andito. Care.
Puta, sa akin. Sa akin, Heka. Ang dami nila. Ay, gagi ka, napindot ko yung ult. Puta, akala ko naman.
Kaya mo ba yan, no? Tagang dito. Kaya.
Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
Wala nagawa yung support.
I'm warmed up. Your turret
Wala
has
akong
been
kill.
destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Sige, papatay. Huwag yung labanan.
Sakit oh.
Tayo ka na. Ito. Victor. I'll go for now.
Slain an enemy.
Sino nakapatay dun sa sa Heka? Tangina, sakit din nun pre. 700 din yun eh.
Kailangan natin contact ng dragon.
Oh, ano na? 5 seconds. 5 seconds, 15 seconds. Samahan nyo na ako dito. Pupwestuhan ko na.
Tara. Pupunta na ako.
Wak.
practice lang. Grabe.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Bis na kasi maayos yung galaw ng rush talk.
Has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Ha?
Na ako.
Tae ka? Ang tagal lang Q. One game ka lang pala.
Antok na ako
Bis-
eh. Ba? Ages na ako.
Visit?
Salamat, Master. Ingat. Good luck sa
Walang
stream.
salamat. Walang salamat.
Mag-mid ako.
Magme-mid ka? Sige, sige.
Mid top.
Mag-o-order ako. Ang saya nito, bakbakan agad.
Kaso yung queue time.
Bilis ah.
Dahil duo. Ban mo na yung Hekal.
Oo. Buti sinabi mo rin sa akin. Kill
Okay
dapat.
yan ngayon. Ewan ko nga kung ano mangyayari sa sa world. Sa labas mabagong jungler. Yung vampire.
Jungler pala siya. Kala ko top lane. Yung vampire.
Jungler tapos, jungler tapos secondary niya top. Main niya jungler.
Ano yun eh,
Ganda
no?
nga ng
May
gump nun,
insta
yung matamaan mo
na...
lang.
Para may automatic TP na siya kaagad eh. Bilis niyang umakyat eh.
Oo. Kahit saan ka, kahit doon ka sa pinakadulo eh. Basta matama mo lang sa bot lane, dediretso kang bot lane eh. Yung problema, walang tigil-tigil yun. Pag nakapag-back yung mo, diretso ka fountain. pitak.
Conflict feeds the failure.
Ay, binan si Vex.
Mabilis ba magpapera dyan?
It's not a single vault, but a store. The spirits at the heart of the failure have need of me. I answer their call.
Welcome to
Toxic
Summoner's
naman ng mga
Rift.
tao. Ang toxic agad.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ano yan? Support ano? Huh? Hindi ko
Yung
gets
jungle
ang
nila.
Hindi niya ata alam na nerf na yung ano nito, AP ratio.
Minions have spawned.
I channel the spirits I feel closest to.
Napaka-entertaining naman ng big chat.
Bodies are not vessels. They are anchors.
Actually, nakalimutan ko naman.
Animals act on instinct, not choice.
Pa-ignite kasi ito eh. Kung hindi na ito naka-ignite, pinasok ko na.
For many years I thought I was cursed. I still wonder.
Pwede mo ako dalawan?
Saan ka ba? Mid? Ay,
Hindi.
wala. Nakita na ako. Hindi pa ata siya magbabak eh.
Wala warded.
My time in Ionia taught me control. You cannot outrun me.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Wala nang flash to.
Okay.
The beasts I channel within me are not me, but they are mine.
Bego, nasa dyan sa'yo sa mid.
The winter's claw remembers the beast I once was.
Kaya mo, kaya mo.
Oo. Nag-flash ata? Ay, hindi.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Ba't natin
An
malalaman?
ally has been slain.
Biglang sumulpot, dalawa eh, no? Tatlo ata sila. Pero may napatay ba tayo? Wala.
Ako, napatay ko yung Viego.
Okay.
An enemy
Bakit?
has been slain.
I sense your fear.
Shut down.
Hindi na siya tinulungan ng kasama niya eh. Dito sa akin ha, sa DR side. Dalawa pala to, kaya pala makasal mo. Buhay ka ba?
Wala. Wala man. Wag. Yung left.
Bodies are not vessels. They are anchors. The sea sister blesses with water and salt.
Lahat na sa'yo, no?
lang sila. Kailangan buhayin ako
Takina kasi, kung hindi niya sinisilipan dito kanina eh.
An ally has been slain.
Ay, naku naman.
Not yet, fellow fox. You cannot outrun me.
Dinadadaan ng ano. Sino ba yung dadadaan?
Phoenix Spirit.
Kaya natin to.
I thought I was cursed. I still want. The winter's claw remembers the beast I once was. What I nearly did.
Alam na ba yung gano'n nila?
Hindi ko lang alam. Napatay lang kanina sa taas.
An enemy has been slain.
Hindi yata marunong yung Garen eh.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, hirap pa dun sa blood eh.
Eclipse.
Stagnant failure is a dead will.
The enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Mata dyan yung ano, Fury.
Has been slain.
Gago, kawawa. Fuck! Ba't umatras? Umatras ang puta. Ano yun? Yung Garrett papunta na rin dyan ah. Ingat.
Flash naman.
Even in death.
Try kitang salubungin just in case.
Creatures of the failure walk in the footprints of the demigods.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Shut down. Rampage.
Ang sakit pala nun.
Slain.
Oh, sorry, wala akong choice. Oh, bakit biglang may mga Bible quotes pa dito?
Let's refocus.
Like, what the fuck? Naglalabasan na ng mga Philippians.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
May ka?
Ah.
Hindi ko lang mabas yun.
I sleep. I do not channel the demigods. Demigods cannot be trusted. Instinct alone is no way to live.
Sa bot side yung ano, Jericho.
Sige lang.
My power
Tulungan ko lang yung
deepened after a meal from that
nahabol
old
siya.
woman. Almost feels like a seal system.
Papunta ata dyan yung na-feeling.
Do not do that. You cannot outrun me.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The seal system blesses.
Putang ina, yun lang. Doon ako naipit. Putang ina. Yung bait ng blood, oh, kaya siya.
An ally has been slain.
Bane nasa baba.
Instinct led me one way.
Unstoppable.
Another. Spirit. Armor. Peace is not balance. You cannot outrun me.
An enemy has been slain.
Life is my burden, and my
An
land.
ally has been slain.
Ay, mabuyan.
Nag-flash. May mata ako kaya pwede tayong mag-diretso. Ay, hindi naka-push pala.
Sige, drop mo.
Drop ko na.
Demigods cannot be trusted with battle.
Baka papwesto tayo sila sa dito.
The beasts I channel within me are not me, but they are mine.
Hindi natin ito na. Oh my god.
Nakuha ko ba yung DR? Oo, nakuha ko.
Nakuha ko.
Stagnant failure is a dead failure.
Pwede nyo hindi mag-DR. Ah, tama. Pwede kayo mag-PR.
BR? Kaya na doon to?
Oo, kaya na. Ba't wala ko pang teleport? Wag. Hindi kaya pag ano, dalawa ng tayo.
Seal system blesses with
Ayaw, wag
wanting
sila umano.
salt.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
You cannot outrun me. Needs are not the same. Wants echo. Needs howl.
Ayan.
Has been slain.
As it nears its goal, the ram climbs faster. You cannot outrun me. Ice Wind. Years of training, and the needs of others still ring louder than my own. What rages through me? Ordinary lives won't beauty. Phoenix
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
truly know
Dominating.
Parang hindi pa kaya. Hindi pa kaya. Tangina.
Kailangan mata lifesteal. Ano ba yung lifesteal ng pang? Di ba siya binibiti?
Hindi yata. Paano ako? Pa-wits ends ako. Ay, pa-step experience ako ngayon. Baka yung Blades of the Ruined King. Pwede din. Kasi di ba yung isa sa mga item ng BaaaaCK lifesteal?
Oo.
Ipapataasan pa sila ng ihi kasi dahil di ba na umpisa pa na nagka-trash talk na sila.
Nerf na kasi naman yung Blood Nerf.
I channel the spirits I feel closest to.
Kaya ng dalawa yun.
Saan?
BR. Kaya natin
BR?
sa dalawa.
Okay.
Twice I have lost. Years of training.
Huwag tayo magpa-elder flip pa. Nasana natin.
Is respawning soon.
Hirap na mag 50-50 sa elder.
I do not fight alone.
An enemy has been slain.
This is not balanced.
Kaya ko to patayin kung ano. Stun mo lang.
Aced. An enemy has been slain.
Bakit ganun yung therefore nila may you?
Ewan ko, therefore...
What the fuck?
So yan, awal sila ng away.
Kaya nga eh.
Therefore, kasi
Natawa
number...
ako. Natawa nga ako. Yun na yung pinag-aawayan nila, yung therefore na. What the fuck?
Spelling.
Gag.
Nakalaking problema eh.
Kaya nga eh.
Grabe yung damage ng Vladimir. 45k.
Therefore,
So,
in number 4.
okay.
Sakto, magto-12 na pala. Last game ko to.
Tambak. Sira, ano, aircon ko.
Where is everybody? It's weird. It's surprising. And the chat is super quiet.
Ano ba si Jelly? Hindi no.
Nag-live na si Jelly kanina eh.
Ah, what time? Hapon?
Afternoon ko ata siya nakita. Oo. Parang afternoon.
Oh, sila na naman.
Ano sila ulit?
Nakakampi natin kanina. Oo, sila na naman.
Ah!
Ito na naman. Ay, kapag trash talk na naman to.
I do not rest.
Sila out kalaban natin yun. Maganda nga ngayon kasi yung ano, yung season, tatlo na. Tatlong splits na, hindi na dalawa. Dalawang pinaikli.
Pinaikli? Ah, pag ganun ba pinaikli na yun? Pag ganun?
Oo, ibig sabihin every 3 months ata or every 4 months na din. Yung split. I-remove na yung mythic ulit. Wala nang mythic.
Nawala ba dati yun? O yun nga, nabasa ko nga yun eh, mawala daw yung mythic. Nawala ba yun before?
Hindi, wala talagang ganun before.
Ah.
Conflict
So is that a good
failure.
thing or a bad thing? Na mawala yung ano, mythic items. JP?
Ay gag, hindi, joke lang. Pwede naman pala.
Nangyari?
Ah.
Nangyari? Bigla
Nawala
na
ba
wala?
ako?
Oo.
Ano yung sinabi mo earlier ba?
Sabi
Hindi
ko,
ko narinig.
maganda ba yun na nawala yung mythic items?
Oo, kasi ibig sabihin mas madami yung pwede magbabago yung meta like sobra. Kasi 'di ba ngayon, isa lang yung pwede. Eh,
Oo.
pwede mo na sila ipag-stack-stack. Ibig
Oh.
sabihin, kunwari,
Kasi pag
pwede
nag-mythic
ka
item ka, hindi ka na pwede maglagay ng isa pa.
oo, ngayon, alam mo na pag-assassin 'di ba? Lagay mo lang lahat ng ano ng pang-assassin, GG na eh. Pero ina-nerf daw nila, i-a-adjust nila ulit. Ang maganda kasi dito yung sa support, mas ano yung support ngayon. Shorelia, Moonstone, daming ano pang support ngayon. Kasi ang dating binibuild Blacket tapos Shorelia eh.
Mm.
Kaso ano yun? Yun, walang mawa-one shot nun. Ano yun? Parang tank meta ulit, ganun. Feeling ko ganun mangyayari. Tank meta ulit. Pabor naman sa'yo kasi Odir main ka eh.
Yeah. Pero hindi, I don't think I'll be playing League na ng solo eh. Pag may nag-aaya na lang talaga, maglalaro ako ulit ng League. Sabog na sabog yung mental ko dito. Kahit nga TFT, parang ayoko na rin balikan.
It's not a single bomb, but a storm.
Bakit? Pati TFT? Ganun ba ka-drain na talaga?
The spirits at the heart
Ganun na ako
of the
ka-drain
Freljord
ngayon sa
have
competitive
need.
games.
I answer their call.
Pag may kasama na lang, tsaka ko siya nai-enjoy. Pero pag solo, wala na. Ayoko na.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Kaya pansinin mo, hindi talaga ako nagli-league. Pero nung in-invite mo ako, naglaro ako kagad. Basta may kasama, G ako.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ang hirap kasi pag ikaw na mag-isa, parang ano, masakit ang ulo.
Oo, ang hirap din kasi sa league ngayon, parang naging ano pa rin talaga eh, naging base na rin talaga sa teammates mo kung maayos o hindi.
Uy, ikaw daw yung Odir ulit kanina.
Minions have spawned.
Ordinary lives hold
Ayan ulit yung
beauty.
blood kanina.
Yo, thanks for the raid. Oo nga, ako naman yung tinatrash talk nila ngayon. Hey, what's up, Marky? Ano ko, wala ako, talaga tulog ka na. Oo. Kasi mahirap si mahirap si Marky kalaro. Kailangan panalo yung first game natin para hindi siya umalis. Nanggulo pa sa stream ko. Sino nanggulo pa? Si Marky? Kaya pala bigla siyang umalis sa laro namin. Sensya na Marky ha. Hinala kasi kami. Bakit ka tropa? Oo, ganyan yan. After nung isang game porket talo, biglang, sige master, salamat ha. Last game ko na yun.
Tawag ko dito sa field.
So guys, masanay na kayo dun sa Marky Souls. Pag sumali sa inyo yan, dapat ipanalo nyo yung laro para makalaro nyo siya ulit sa second game. Minsan na nga lang ako mag-lead Marky. Iniwan mo pa ako. Ikaw din, pagdating ng Wednesday, pag naging available yung Starfield, hahanap-hanapin mo ko sa league.
First blood.
Oh, ganyan din sinabi sa amin kanina.
But it's new.
Hindi ko alam kung paano kung babasahin yung pangalan mo, pero thanks for the raid, man.
You cannot escape our
Nag-back ata yung Jungler, ay jungler, mid laner nila.
Sino ba yung jungler nila?
Idel, hindi yan makakadalaw. Post.
You cannot outrun me.
Dito na, dito na, dito.
My land's blessing.
The enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Seven hours?
Demigods cannot be
Afi ka na
trusted
ba?
with
Pag hindi ka pa Afi, wag mo munang gawin yung 7 hours. Nahihirapan yung algorithm mo. Pero welcome sa pag parang nakita nga ata kita sa Discord ko na naka-live.
Spirit. As it nears its goal, around
Followers pa. Pero mabilis lang yan, sir. Huwag mo lang gawin yung ginagawang technique ni Marky. Bibila na lang nawawala. Tignan mo si Marky, halos 1 taon bago na ginagawa.
Streamer din pala yan.
Si Marky? Si Marky Soros? Oo. Dinemonyo ko dito sa Twitch. Pero teammate ko kasi siya sa Apex Legends noong 2018.
Namen? Hindi.
Ay, gago ka. Eh, dalawa nandito kanina. Nakita ko eh.
Challenge. Throw.
Nasa top siya.
Papunta ata sa akin. Nandito nga sa akin. Oo.
Pain brings focus.
Nandito sa akin.
Kailangan yung backup ha.
Yes, kailangan. Kasi pumipitik silang dalawa eh.
Go.
Bababa. Nawala yung isang nasa bot side eh. Hindi siya umaakit eh. Tapos biglang nawala. Ang tagal. Bigla kasi umalis yung Caitlyn.
Dito sila eh.
Instinct led me one way, training another.
Kaya na.
Great shield system, guide my steps through treacherous waters. Until I left it.
Siya ang ma-head out na, sir. Good luck sa stream. Hindi ko mag-edit ng clip highlights. Alright. Sige, salamat. Thanks for the
They're
raid
not
again.
vessels. They are anchors. Ice me. Weapons are for the weak.
Diyan ang kidal ah, backside. Wala kong
Sige lang. Malambot siya.
Wala kong ano.
Footprints of the devil.
Dali na akong titi.
Guide my steps, treacherous wanderer. Creatures of the fairy world, footprints of the devil. For many years I thought I was cursed. I still wonder. I see.
An ally has been slain.
This life is not earth, and my last blessing.
No god.
You cannot. Grand spirit. Earth spirit. Walk with me. Storm rages through me.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ordinary lives hold beauty. Ice me. Weapons are for the weak. Sword rages through me. A stagnant failure is a dead failure.
Nakatago yun ah.
Ha?
Tago mo. Wait lang. Sorry.
Oh, nagulat ako eh. Yung nakatago.
Great shield system. Guide treacherous wanderer. must refocus. You cannot outrun me.
An enemy has been slain.
Phoenix Spirit.
Yun.
Peace is not balance here. Bad spirits.
Slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nagkakabay niya naman sila.
Kainan ng ano, kainan ng ate.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Uy. Uy, tore sa'yo. Yun na.
I am of no tribe.
Sayang, konti na lang.
The Seal Sister blessing.
Putang ina. Wow!
Walang yung game. Walang matamaan.
Not yet, fallow fox.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
You cannot outrun me. I am sorry.
Has been slain.
Winter's call was never. Bad spirit. You cannot outrun me.
Ito yung Bane, oh.
I channel the
Sila
spirits
mag-isa.
I feel closest to.
Dalawa
Ay,
sila.
hindi. Sila.
Yung bot side kasi uwi ng uwi eh.
Hindi nga item niya eh. Paano siya? Storm Razor. Wala siyang daan.
Stagnant Freljord is a dead Freljord.
Ang hirap tulungan nito kasi hindi nila ma-advance.
Yan yung ano fiddle ah. Padunod sa'yo.
Twice I have loved. Twice.
Nabawas ba sila? Wala naman sila naibawas sa Tori.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The BR.
Destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Even in death.
Shut down.
My venom is my kills. My enemies, they revel in theirs.
Kaso, gusto ko maayos yung laro eh.
Kaya nga eh, sila yung malakas man trash talk. Sila naman yung walang nagagawa.
Storm blazes through me. I do not challenge them.
Hindi nga nila ma-push yung Tori.
Ayaw pasok mo sila. Nakakaano ka. Patay na yan. Ay, fuck.
Enemy double kill.
Tatlo lang pala tayo nandun. Akala ko nandun sa ating Facebook.
Wala. Di sila sumasama. May sarili silang mundo.
Kaya confident ako pumasok. Akala ko madami tayo.
Boom. Headshot.
Copy ko.
An ally has been slain.
Ganyan na eh. Kailangan din na natin ito bago yung mag-dead.
Training another.
Prepare kaya sila. Meron tayo kasi hindi naman nakaka-ADC.
An enemy has been slain.
My time in Eonia taught me control.
Unstoppable.
Ay, hindi na.
An enemy has been slain.
You cannot outrun me.
Killing spree.
Years of training and the needs of others still ring loud.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Blazes through me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Unstoppable.
I will channel the demigod.
As expected. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Pati tayo sa ganyan.
Moments of silence.
Beer tayo.
BR?
Oh, beer tayo.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawned.
So, ayaw na naman VR. Wait lang, wait. Focus mo lang.
Ano ba talaga? Naguguluhan ako eh.
Huwag mo sila tandaan. Pwede rin niya jog. Kailangan. Kaya natin tapos.
I did not think I would like being an owner.
An enemy has been slain.
Bad spirit.
Double kill. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Shit.
Oh, ito ako. Thank you sa games. Grabe. Thank you.
Parang gusto
Alis
ko
na
pa
ako.
ng one game, ano? JP,
Ha?
gusto mo pa ba mag one game?
Hindi ko na kaya.
Di mo na kaya?
Okay,
Sige,
okay.
sige, sige.
Good night.
Salamat, salamat. Alright, chat. That is it for my stream. I'm waiting for Charlie to raid someone para i-raid ko din.
Now fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch.
There be way. Yo, Charlie, thanks for the follow. Yes, sir. Raid natin yung i-raid ni Charlie. /raid. Ayan na, nag-raid na siya. Alright, chat. That was it for me. We're gonna be playing Starfield on Wednesday, that's for sure. And for this September, we're gonna be playing Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty as well. Kaya stay tuned for the month of September because I have a lot of announcement and a lot of surprises for this month since it's gonna be my birth month. Yeah, so it's gonna be my birth month. Kaya see ya guys. Nag-hydrate pala si Telmo? Was this now or ano? Okay na pala. Alright, Telmo, sorry. I have to raid na rin as well. It's 12 o'clock. I'll see you guys. Salamat, salamat.